Gotta put on some music. Gotta make sure that everyone can hear it too. Good. Here we go. Alright. Alright, I have to use VLC now because fucking Winamp explodes. Okay. Just that. Hello. G'day, Kazagami. Thank you very much for 14 months. You know, you don't have to be sitting there waiting. Bloody bastard. Rome for the win, Ryan. Thank you for 13 months. How are we doing? Gah, Rumi's live. Yes, and he's here to do design. I was gonna be live earlier, but I was distracted. You know, major sporting event. Alright, let's get some fucking music set up, shall we? Group by. Ooh, what is. Oh, it's T for type, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, type. Alright, give me some good kid. There we go. Alright. Negative Ramos. Thank you for 19 months. Map! Yes, indeed. Map Boy designs his map games. Don't worry, there's also something else, which I'll briefly show. Let's see, let's see if this works. I hope I don't immediately dox myself with this. Here we go. I fucked it up completely. I love that. Excellent. 1 second. All right, let me unfuck that that transition. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Remove that. Okay, good. I think I've fixed that now, so that should work. Switch back to studio mode. Okay, so if I now go, hey, there we go. So it's not just the rulebook and the map, and of course Foundry. That'll be another thing. That's what the map is. The map's going into Foundry. I don't have the Foundry server on right now, not that it really matters. But there is also Discord. I do actually have to turn the bot on first, so let me run that real quick. Here we go. Alright. Where's the bot? Here we go. Now, one downside is I can't show my bot's code. I can't do that because, unfortunately, Discord bots have actual dedicated codes in them that you're not meant to reveal. Have actual, like, API codes and whatnot. And so you just can't post those. Because then you get hacked. So I can't show you my bot code. But I can run it and show you what it does. Which is fucking cool. So let me do that exactly. What? Oh, it's in a fucking different location. Hold on. Let me, copy address as text. Okay. Wonder Giraffe enjoy? Yes. Wonder Giraffe is very fun, actually. Wonder Giraffe is very good. Here we go. Is this Jolly Forgot? It is. Okay, give me another song. Give me something random. Okay, sure. That'll work. Okay. So, we now switch over to here. Here we go. So, we have the bot, as you can see here. He's been talking to me for a bit. His name's Fog of War. And if I go, say, change my location. So, I'm going to change my current location to location 2. And there we go. My location is in location 2. If you look up here, I have Hidden Role 2 now. All right? And if I was obviously to switch over to location 1... This is all obviously a drop-down menu, of course. It works fine as well. I am now Hidden Role 1, because that means I'm Location 1. So, let's go back. Location 2. Right now, the only commands I have are 2 message types and location change. And there will be a few others, but this is part of the game. And so the cool part is you can do things like Raven message, Animal handling, that's your stats. We'll say 3. Charm is a specialty, so we'll say, I don't know, 1. We do or do not have the Raven upgrade. We'll say false. The message is going to be hello. Oh, didn't even get in the message thing. Hello, sir. This is a message. And the message receiver is going to be Remy. All right. Oh, wait, did I actually... Oh, wait, that's the message location. My bad. My bad, I fucked up. Wrong hole. Wrong hole. Wait, did I fucked up the whole message. I gotta retype the whole thing. 1 second. Here we go. / Raven messages. There we go. Okay, so Animal Handling 3, Charm 1, no upgrade. The message is, hello, this is a message. Oop. Message. The message location. So the location that we're going to send it to, we actually need to make sure we're sending it to our location. It's roll 2. So we're going to send it to location 2. There we go. And then the message receiver is going to be Remy. Right? And so that's all important, because now what happens is if I press enter... Fuck! Wait, why is it... Oh, did I send the location 2? Oh, it's because I'm in location 2 right now. Hold on. That's because I can't send a Raven to my own location, because I'm already here. 1 second. Let me, change location to location 1. And then we try that again. Alright. So, Raven message. Animal Handling 3, Charm 1, Raven upgrade false. Message is, this is a message. Really should get better at, like, fucking copy-pasting this before I send it. Location 2, message receiver, Remy. Okay. Now that should work. There we go. Now, if we look over at the GM message manager, I can see here the degrees of success that this message has. I can see the message that's being sent. I can see how long it's going to take to deliver. Now, that's only 14 seconds. In reality, this is using a minute-based system. So it will actually be minutes for it to arrive, anywhere from a couple of minutes if it was a really good roll to potentially up to like 20 minutes for the message to arrive. In a sense, this is like Kriegspiel, which has delayed messaging. But this is all automated. So the GM gets to review all of this, and then I go, allow, and then... Messages to Remy! You receive a Raven with this message. This is a message. So there you go. Hello, Rem2Ember, how you doing? Subscribe for Hey, Gemini, can you debug this code? I'm not gonna lie, fucking having GitHub Copilot has been really nice because I have gotten this far in life as a coder while staunchly refusing to learn Python because I think it's silly little Python. I think Python is written in the same way that a kindergartner is allowed to write his words, alright? The fact that the indents are part of the code, the fact that there's no fucking semicolons to end lines, what is this? What is this? But because it's very basic code, the issue I was having is just I don't know, like, Python's functions. So, again, I can't show you my code because it's got private fucking... Actually, I think I can probably show you, like, just this... Okay, no, I can't show you that part. Okay, I definitely can't show you that part. I can't show you anything with a code in it, basically. Here, I'll just, like... block this out, I think. Is that gonna work? You know what, no, I'm not gonna reveal it at all. I don't want to reveal any info here. Point is, it's been really nice to be able to go to GitHub Copilot and be like, hey, how the fuck do I write a switch statement in Python when I just want a switch statement? And in Python, it's match and case, as opposed to switch and case, which is what it is in SQF and a few other places, and, you know, that's the ones I know. So just knowing the, like, what individual, you know, code I've got to swap out is quite nice. But yeah, no, so that is the Discord bot. That's another part of this game. So we'll move back over to the actual map itself. There we go, good. So I'm going to walk through the game first, just for anyone who's actually watching, and then I'll, watching the VOD rather, and then I'll actually start my design work for the day, which is going to be map drawing mostly. I figured I'd mainly save the visual thing for stream, because I've been doing a lot of the, rulebook off stream. And that has been a hell of a job. What is degrees of success for the message? So the way the Chronicle system, which is what this base is based in, I'll explain that more in a second, works is that there is degrees of success. So you don't just pass a test, you either pass it by a certain degree, or you fail it by a certain degree. So if you fail it really badly, the results are worse. If you pass it really well, the results are better. In the case of this, for the messaging, if you fail, the message vanishes. If you critically fail, the message goes wherever I, the DM, desire it, including to your enemies. If the message succeeds, it gets delivered. If the message succeeds even better, it gets delivered even faster. And that's all automated. That is all handled free. Alright? Yes, this is the ADHD defense page. I know my fucking audience, alright? Now, these aren't all finished yet, but similarly to the way I have, what do you call it? I have kind of automated Discord and made the automated messages. I have also got Foundry macros, and I actually can show the Foundry macros. I'll show that probably later on. I just need to boot my Foundry server and whatnot. But I have macros that will take a PDF, like a fillable PDF, you know, fucking character sheet, and can automate that. So the macros will automatically update and, what do you call it? Replace the stats or roll the stats for them or whatever. McBeagle is here in chat. Thank you very much for the help with that, because I was not experienced at all with Foundry macros, and he got them working. So they're lovely. But let's get into showing the game itself. Now, obviously, this page is not finished yet. All the page numbers aren't correct because the pages aren't correct. Also, I have a header and a footer. The footer is currently unfinished because I need to just make a piece of the footer in Photoshop, which I can probably just do today, honestly. How many people on Foundry Interest were these running from? So how many people are on the Foundry? Oh, are on the Foundry Interest this will be running from? Gotcha. I honestly, so I have a dedicated server for this. It's not a concern for me, that side. I've personally never, you know, actually probably a good idea to... Haven't heard this song in ages, sorry. Fucking forgot about Fat Red song. Right, hold on. I have never actually looked into Foundry. What's the max player count? I just probably should have done this first, honestly. It says unlimited players. There is no player caps. It's just host upload speed. Yeah, it does just seem to be a upload speed limited thing. So the player count, which again, I'll get more into this as we go on, but since you asked directly, it's going to be somewhere on the side of 20 to 30. My minimum, when I've run the math in my head for the number of players I need, 21 is the minimum that I would need for a test game of this, for like an event. You know, I could do a one-shot with 21 players. Past that, more players would be better. Would obviously make because of, you know, you'll figure out once I explain how the game works, why it would improve with more players. But obviously that introduces its own issues. So, let's get into explaining the game real quick before we get into actually doing design work, because this is the whole point of the stream, is to force me to do design work. And we are playing, of course, Sword Chronicle, if you don't know, is also A Song of Ice and Fire. They are the same game system. A Song of Ice and Fire was made by Green Ronin. Published by Green Ronin, made by someone else, I believe. Let me jump in and check that I'm not fucking smoking crack on that one. Who made it? It was Green Ronin Publishing. I don't know if it was necessarily a different company, but the designer was Robert J. Schwalb. I don't know if you said how to say the last name. How do you say Schwalb? I guess that is Schwalb, maybe. Anyway, but that was the A Song of Ice and Fire game. If you don't know, it was a TTRPG of A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones. But at some point, the license clearly has run out, and they're no longer allowed to print it, and so there is now Sword Chronicle instead, which is a second edition. It's not really. It's the same edition with a few minor changes in it, kind of thing. But that is the same game. Like, Sword Chronicle is the same game as A Song of Ice and Fire, completely interchangeable. All the rules in both can be used in both. Honestly, the way I, as a DM, I just use both rulebooks, because sometimes the Sword Chronicle rulebook has clearly been like copy and pasted incorrectly, you know? And you just look at the Game of Thrones one and you go, oh, there's the actual like correct information. Like the warfare rules, there was some issues in there, but they were correct in the original Game of Thrones book. But all of the like House Targaryen and dragons and all that kind of stuff was taken out. With that said, Sword Chronicle, on the other hand, does have more. It has orcs and dwarves and elves, but it is still a low fantasy, you know, noble house simulator. Even Sword Chronicle itself is still about Game of Thrones. It's just about royalty-free Game of Thrones, you know? Give me something else. Give me something else. What do we got? Sure. Alright. So, what is this game? Now, I'm not going to read this out word for word, but actually, you know what? I probably should expand this. Here we go. While we're reading and checking this. Here we go. So, what is this game? Now, this is obviously BazBattles. This isn't a picture of the game itself. The map's behind us there. Are other noble races only human or other races too? No, it's other races. It's, again, Sword Chronicle is like, it does have a setting with it. And I think the setting's decently interesting, but it's not what we'd be playing. We would be playing, most likely, unless my players all collectively go, no thank you, I'd rather play, like, you know, the fantasy version. We will be playing Game of Thrones. But a kind of, like, custom cutout. So, a Fog of War Intrigue is a unique event and game that will draw from many experiences and games that you are likely familiar with. If I was absolutely forced to describe it in a single sentence, it would be role-playing a BazBattles video. Which, again, if you haven't seen BazBattles series on Game of Thrones, phenomenal series. Incredibly well done. Right, limited information. Obviously, we are dealing with a lot of limits on what players know, and automated limits as well. So, to summarize what the experience of a turn will be, this is why I put this right up first. This is what you might experience in a turn playing this game. So, you arrive at Old Town with 200 brave infantry following you. You received a raven from your liege lord ordering you to gather your men and march to meet him at Old Town, and you can see no sign of him. Instead, 2 other nobles are present, and you converse with them while you try to figure out what to do. Sir Harold Dunn says that he has just come from your liege's hold, and indeed all of his soldiers were missing. Sir Adam Woodwright, however, says that Dunn is wrong, and there were lots of men milling about when he passed by. So where are they? Were they caught on the road? You had warned your liege not to take the shortest path, as House Bulwer would spot them and alert others. Did your raven to your liege never arrive? Or arrive late? Now time is running out and you must decide. Do you wait for your liege to arrive? Do you send scouts to search for him? A messenger, or another raven? If he's in trouble, then you must march your entire army out, or you could ride out yourself, or maybe convince one of the nobles to ride out for you. What do you do? So the idea is, each player is not just playing one character. They are instead playing the house, and multiple players will make up a team of a house. So as you can see here, we have House Smith, House Hambrandt, and House Badger, right? And so player James, Sarah, and Tim are all part of House Smith. They are currently focusing a character each, in this case, Sir Raymond Smith, Lady Talia Smith, and Huntmaster Harlan, right? But they don't have to stay as those characters, not even during play. They can freely switch. But also, given the setting that we're playing in, you should expect that many characters will not survive to the end of the session. Given that assassination, war, and justice are all, commonplace, and yes, indeed, assassination will be part of this game. Players will be able to assassinate each other. Because this is ultimately going to be a large megagame style event where the main gameplay is player versus player driven, situations. Rather than the GM being the one who's running everything. The GM is going to be there to referee, more like Kriegspiel, less to command the enemies and decide where he's moving his AI troops or whatever. This is going to be more about players fighting players, hence why there are 3 different houses. That plays into the 21 number, so I haven't written this yet, as you can see, actually, if I scroll down a little bit. The setting part is unfinished. Actually, I can move these rules, because these rules have actually been a bit more finished. This page is unfinished, but to clarify the intended setting for this event at least, and I'm going to write up a bit more about this, but the main idea is that we're going to have a portion of Westeros that is kind of isolated a little bit, cut off a little bit. It's on its own, kingdom management. The main idea, of course, one problem with Game of Thrones is the King's Peace. If you don't know, Game of Thrones has the King's Peace, which makes inter-vassal wars illegal and a lot more annoying. And that's something that was feudal history, basically like independent noble wars was something that the more feudal a nation got and the more, central, more control the monarch got, the less that those would be allowed. Which in the case, obviously, Game of Thrones happens when Aegon conquers the 7 kingdoms. But in our area, we're going for a, I think the best way to say it is, we're going for a DLC region. A region that's just kind of on its own, that's separated off, that probably doesn't really exist in the setting. Doesn't really matter, again, this is going to be our own event, our own kind of setting. But the idea is that there will be a Lord Protector of this region. Lord Paramount, I don't know what I'll call it just yet exactly. But there'll be some kind of Lord Paramount of this little region. Maybe it's similar to the Crown Lands, where it's a special region that got, what do you call it? A dispensation, you know, to have, you know, it's its own little, you know, management area kind of thing. And the idea is going to be that the old Lord Paramount, Duke, whatever you want to talk about being in command of the area, has died or been deposed by the ruler. Maybe he was involved in a rebellion. And now the players are going to be the great houses, all jousting to see who gets the one, the special economic zone, exactly, to be who's going to be the one who's going to take that position, who's going to take Lord Paramount of this entire region. And the idea is I'm probably going to put the region somewhere in between, like, the North and the Riverlands and the Vale, so that each player can kind of pick and choose, you know, which culture he comes from. You know, same thing, it'll probably be on the West Coast, so you can say we've got some Ironborn kind of thing coming in. But the idea is obviously going to be that our setting is effectively 3 pillars fighting each other. So 3 great houses, but then the players are also going to include those vassals. So 21 players. If I recall rightly, the math was, if I wanted to say, 2 per great house is 6, and then I think it was, what is it, 6 per... is it 21? How did I break this down again? It was 15. It was 5. I guess it was 5 per. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on my maths on that one. 5 per is not a great choice. 6 would probably be better, because that way you can go 3 and 3 for 2 vassal houses, and then each house has 2 vassals. Although, if I recall rightly, I think I might have done this. I think it was it? I'd ideally like to have 3 vassal houses, but the problem is having, you know, 2 small of a player per is a little annoying. But if we had to do it all, so if we went, say, like 2 great house, say 2 players for 1 house, 2 players for another house, 2 players for, I mean, yeah, we just do 8 per. That's probably ideal, but I'm not sure. Like, I think it is better to go more like this. So you go 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3. So the whole idea is, the reason why I'm okay with the great houses having less, you know, individual people, is that they're probably going to be overall stronger and more focused. I want those guys to be more focused on what they're actually doing. These are the ones who are actually deciding the course of their team. But I mean that incentive is already going to be higher than 21, unfortunately. We're already stuffing in extra guys, which. I mean, 24 isn't that much increased, but I would like a way to work the numbers down. I think that's probably still the best minimum. I could probably see, like, maybe something like this, a 2-3-2, where one of the vassal houses is a little smaller. Anyway, idea is, there would be 3 teams, right? So this would be like Team 1, right? And this would be Team 2, and this would be Team 3. Well, actually, not even really teams, that's probably the wrong word. The individual numbers would be teams, rather, but this is more like, I don't know, faction, right? So, the whole idea is that these guys in the front, these little noble boys, these 2s, these great houses, are the ones who are looking to seize control of the region, become the Lord Paramount. But these guys, that being the vassal houses, are going to have their own motivations. Obviously, one part of it is that they will, you know, they have to serve their liege lord. One of the rules that we'll have in the game is, if I actually got any house stuff here. I don't think I have any house rules yet, as in the house management, as in, you know, noble house, not house rules. But the way that noble house management works is that, for when it comes to vassals and lieges at least, I have a custom rule where if you break your oath to your liege, basically, there will be a bunch of penalties to your house. However, one of the upgrades that your house can buy is being a duplicitous house, being a den of snakes, which would then give you less of a penalty if you were to go against your orders. Could vassal houses overthrow their great lord? So yeah, here's the thing: is ideally, no, that's not going to happen, because the main idea here is that we want the vassals to be loyal, as they would be historically, and if they're going to break, it should be to another, you know, liege lord. It should be basically betraying them to someone else. and they should suffer penalties because of that. That is obviously the big downside to risking putting all the vassals. You know, if I put, say, 3 players in one vassal house, and that house then betrays faction 2, that then makes the other faction a lot stronger. That's one of the big problems with... This is something that we were kind of talking about over and over. I was talking with Cavlo about how to balance this, because one big problem with any sort of free diplomacy game is that people realize, wait a second, that guy's already stronger. If I join that guy as well, then he gets even stronger, and then we're definitely going to win. Well, then what would the next guy think, you know, when he's like, you know, he's going to pick his, you know, who do I side with? Well, it's obviously going to be the guy that's already been sided with everyone else. And then you end up with a situation where it's just a beatdown, where it's like everyone sides with one guy because it's clearly the obvious winner. And why would you side against the obvious winner when you can, you know, when it's like, if you side with them, you're absolutely guaranteeing victory kind of thing. So we did a lot of thought on how to break down vassal and, you know, liege kind of relationships. And one of those is obviously the heavy penalty for betrayal. So betrayal is still possible, but not preferable. Very, very rarely will it be preferable. But that is not to say that the liege lords and the vassals just have to obey the liege lord, rather, and do everything they want. The vassals still have their own preferences and desires, that being claims on various areas. One of the things I'm going to set up before the game starts is a whole claim network of marriages and claims, and like, this castle used to be yours, this town used to be yours, you had a claim on this thing, you guys have a claim on this river, which you share with this clan, and you have arguments over the water usage, or over the fishing, or whatever. That kind of stuff, right? So there will be a lot of that. So the idea of the liege lord is basically appealing to your vassals by going like, look, I want to become Lord Paramount, but if you help me out in doing this, then clearly once I'm Lord Paramount, I can get you back that, you know, ancient hold that was your family's. And of course, a lot of these holds and a lot of these things, you know, in this kind of sense of medieval claims, will be so intertwined where, you know, one player house will have claims on the other player house and back and forth. You know, it's going to be players having claims against each other. It's going to be a more of a zero-sum game rather than like, oh, we're just invading random AI, you know? This is a, you know, PvP kind of focused event. So, that's the main idea, at least. It's that the teams are made up of... Obviously, this is just, you know, a smaller scale one. Ideally, if we did, like, a huge event, let's say we do some fucking massive, super big event, where it's like this, you know, like, we have, like, this many houses per side, you know? Again, this would be an absurd number of players, but that would be, obviously, a kind of desire of mine. We could then maybe go up to, you know, 3 players per great house kind of thing. But I even did think, hang on, if I recall rightly, I think I did a design as well, which was 4, 8, 12. Yeah, no, 16, 18, 21. Okay, that was my original one. I think, here we go. I think I'm actually maybe prefer this one. Because I did a lot of thinking. I went back and forth. Are you going to solo GM this? It depends. So, there's a number of problems. You know, I'll talk about that in a second, actually, because that's a whole topic. But yeah, when I was going over the player numbers originally, I went back and forth over different player numbers and like goals. I remember now how I settled on the 21 option. It was by limiting all the vassals to 2 players, since ultimately they're probably going to have less duplicity options, and the great houses are going to be the ones more involved in faction-to-faction diplomacy. It also limits the penalty if a 3-player vassal swaps versus just a 2-player vassal. So maybe that is the better choice. Maybe I do side with this one then. I'm just remembering the discussions I've had a little while ago with myself. But anyway, that's the main concept of the event, is that there's this little area. I say little, it's going to be a, decently sized area of the map that we have all of our kingdoms and all of our little, holds and villages and whatnot in. And then different factions are trying to seize total control of the area and become the liege lord of the area. And so obviously the opposing factions are trying to do the same, trying to stop them. And the vassals are trying to claim back their own stuff in the middle of all of that. Now, for GMing, let me have a quick drink. When it comes to GMing, most of this, yes, I will be solo GMing. At this point, I intend to. I've thought about it more. I don't trust people. Sorry. I'm good at doing this. I don't know many other people who are. I'm someone who always, when I hear GMs being like, oh man, I had to DM for 6 people. It was so hard. My first ever D&D game was 11 players. Actually, I think it was like 14, and then the second session was 11, and then so and so. Can my house become the major vice versa? No, I don't intend to have that happen. Like, yes, it could technically happen. No, it is not a desired outcome. So, this is not a D&D game. I'm not sitting here and going, well then Bolthar the Mighty walks down the road. You know, not what's happening here. As I'll explain as we go on through here, probably this page best, but what's more happening is I'm a Kriegspiel referee. I am a wargame referee. I am a map referee. I am not an in-down GM. I will be at certain points, at very certain points, but overall, I am a referee. What I'm doing is just running the game. The game, for the most part, is not only heavily automated, and a lot of the systems are empirical, so they can be decided by dice, but the only part that isn't really empirical is the orders, and that's where I interpret those every turn, and I don't trust other people to interpret those, I'll be honest. The more I've thought about this, the more I realized, not only do I not trust other people to interpret those, but it's more likely to cause issues if I try and run a bunch of game masters all at once. It's far more likely that we'll just step on toes and run things differently, as opposed to my system. So, my system for now is going to be, obviously, refereeing. I'm handling the main map. I will generally handle the small stuff, which I'll talk about in a different area. But there will be assistant GMs, and assistant GMs will be for self-running empirical combats. So in this case, you know what? I'm just going to go up and show it now here. I'm going to run through and explain this. I'll talk about the GM stuff more as I get into it naturally. So, how does it actually work? Each player in a Fog of War and Intrigue plays the house itself, cooperating with their teammates. Each player will focus on a single house representative. As I showed over here, they control various people. So this game, Sword Chronicle and A Song of Ice and Fire, has an intrigue system where social combat is a thing. You are skilled at combat, at arguments, basically, a social combat. And that is something that, say, Cersei Lannister, if you read the books, Cersei Lannister, actually, I'm pretty sure, let me see if I can pull up her character stats here. Oh, wait, hold on, it's got, oh, maybe it's, damn it, is she not at the back? I wonder if she's in the back of the book. I'm checking now, hold on. No, I really hope they have a character. Oh, it must be in here somewhere. But I probably just have to search for it. But basically, she would be one of the best, schemers and seducers in the kingdom. She's quite good at that. But the average town guard could just stab her to death and would definitely succeed in that, attempt. She is not at all capable in combat. Just because she's a high-level character does not mean that she magically gets good at combat, So that's how this system works. So there are social characters who are better at social situations. And indeed, Intrigue works by forcing characters. This is another part that I need to kind of write into the rules. Characters can be compelled to do things, even if you, the player, don't want to do that. Which I actually love, and I think is very good, and I know a lot of players get really pissy about. And I don't, I completely disagree with them. But, people are like, but that's not what my character does. I want to decide everything my character does. I don't like, I don't like the dice telling me my character does something different. But, I mean, come the fuck on. And that's just real. People lose their cool all the time, even if they are known to be a normal person otherwise. People will get baited into anger. People will get manipulated. People will get lied to and convinced of something. People will get talked onto a point. People will, adapt to someone else's opinion because they're, this person, they respect them, for example. Well, maybe I've got to agree with this guy because he's the respected, correct guy that I always like, so on and so forth. There are plenty of ways in which intrigue can be used, and it's far more interesting that, a player can't go, Well, Cersei Lannister threatened my family, gave me a really good deal, and, you know, did something else to me, and seduced me, and I was super turned on by it. But as a player who logically knows I shouldn't trust Cersei, I won't go along with her plans. That's boring as fuck. So Game of Thrones and Sword Chronicle include the Intrigue system, where your player can be compelled into doing things. So you might want to switch your focus from a, you know, social character who's been politicking and diplomatizing. Don't say that's a word. No, diplomatizing? No, it's not even a word. I don't think. In the town, and then you could switch. Let's say, you know, you're now going on the warpath. You could switch over to a knight character who's then going to be capable of commanding an army and moving in formation with them and actually fighting. So, once you've got your focus, you will change your Discord handle, because then you are playing that character in the Discord. Again, that's the whole thing with the ravens and the messages and whatnot. And once the game begins, you will be in a Discord voice channel in your location. So if I'm in Old Town, I'll be in the Old Town voice channel, so I can talk to other players who are in my physical location. This is the core of the game. The core of the game is that every 40 minutes there is a turn, roughly 40 minutes, obviously it varies, as you'll see on the right. So every 40 minutes there is roughly a turn. During that 40 minutes, the first 25 to 35, at least the first 25, will be the discussion phase, and that is just players role-playing. So this is what I mean by I'm a referee and I'm not, you know, directly DMing. I will not be there going, Sir Raymond Smith walks into the town. You see a street and then, you know, some taverns nearby. I will not be doing that. Instead, it'll be up to the players to self-run that. That is up to them, because they will start their discussion phase. There will be different areas as well, so sub-locations. So, for example, Old Town might have the Citadel, might have the market, might have the taverns, you know, as different sub-locations, right? And so characters can move around those freely, but you're still deciding what you're talking about in that, you know, the players are settling for themselves. So, you know, maybe when you start up this, you know, turn 2, you go, all right, fuck it, I'm at the keep, and we're just feasting, and I'll be, you know, and I'll talk with anyone who comes on in, you know, so you're just having a feast in the keep, and then, you know, you roleplay with anyone who comes in, you talk about what's going on, and obviously a big part of it will be figuring out what information they have, because everyone is working on limited information. The only information you're getting is either the stuff you're physically seeing, the stuff you're getting from people you're talking to, or the letters you're getting, which of course can be faked, can be wrong, can get lost, or can simply be delayed and not contain, you know, relevant information by the time it gets to you. So that'll be a big part of the game. That's what I kind of lean on the whole BazBattles part, is that a big part of the game will be gathering your forces into a single army. That's going to be trouble, because you're going to have to march your guys together. Your vassals are going to have to, like, you know, you don't just start in a big, you know, host. You all are spread out between your lands, and if you want to go march to war, you're going to have to gather up into one area and actually move together. It's like diplomacy for the social and intel portions. A little bit like diplomacy, yes. One of the ways I've described this game is diplomacy / LARP, well, online LARP / map game / Bannerlord / Total War / you know, so on and so forth. So, you are, you know, in a certain location. You can see around you on the map as well. So if you're in the map, say, and you are in this village, you will have 5 kilometers of vision around you. So you'll be on the Foundry, which is the website that we're using for this. If I can actually measure, my bad. Oh, wait, hold on. Map scale units, here we go. So you'll have 5 kilometers of vision around you, so you can see any flags or characters in this area. Now, you'll notice I said flags. Flags means unit formation, but you don't know what's in the formation. You can just see the flag. So that could be anything. That could be cavalry. It could be infantry. It could be fake units. There are units that disguise themselves as other units. It could be, you know, any number of things. The idea is, and it's not necessarily like you're like looking at it like, I can't tell whether that's a horse or a man. It's more that you heard that there was something over there, but until you investigate further, and of course that'll be a roll depending on how much information you get, you won't know more. So you might ride past a town and see a bunch of flags, and you know, wow, there's 7 flags here. If those were all infantry, that's 700 infantry here. So on and so forth, right? But until you investigate them, you're not going to know, is that 700 peasants who are green? Because the way this warfare system works, there is training and equipment. So you can have equipment. So infantry is an equipment type. So's archers. But you can also make infantry archers. You can also make cavalry, right? That's an infantry type. Sorry, a unit type. Or, what's another unit type? Guerrillas is a unit type, right? But you could make cavalry archers, and then they're a unit type. You could also make cavalry archer infantry, and then they're a unit type. You know, so you can keep stacking unit types on top of each other. With that said, it's not necessarily a good choice. You will generally want one type of infantry, of sort of units. You know, it's that whole, like, you know, it's better to have a specialized unit that's good at its job rather than a jack of all trades. No, Wolf, there is, the guerrillas and ranger skirmishes are different things. There are plenty of things, and guerrillas are a workable term. Guerrillas aren't exactly the term that was used. Small war is more the term used. But the idea of guerrillas is still a realist, like a real thing, in at very least in Game of Thrones. That is a kind of a constant thing that can occur. And indeed, it's obviously, I assume in this case, because it was really written for Game of Thrones, that's more for like Beric Dondarrion's kind of group. Criminals are another one. You know, I can actually pull open. Hold on, I really should have this here. Let me do this real quick. I'll pull open the rulebook for us. Let me put in a window capture rules. Here we go. Let's reduce this a bit. Okay, so I'll quickly just behind me here. Oh, my bad. There we go. So if I went down, is this it? Here we go, houses. Okay, so this, no, okay, still not. What the fuck is it? It's definitely in here. I'm going past it. Hold on. Here we go. This is the unit types, right? There is one more that I've already included as well in my own rules, which is the Intel unit type. That lets it disguise itself as something else, but here you go. So we've got warships, support, special, scouts, sailors, raiders, personal guards, peasant levies, mercenaries, infantry, guerrillas, garrison, engineers, crusaders, criminals, cavalry, and archers. So these are the type of units that you can get. You can combine them together. They, as you can see here, have different skills, different key abilities. These are the things that you can level up. Oh, I've accidentally highlighted this somehow, my bad. These are, you know, the skills that you can level up for your guys. So you have a lot of customization over the unit types in this game. And then, of course, there is the training of the units. Here we go. Elite, green, trained veteran, you know. And the main thing you care about here for the training of the units is the discipline. So when you give a unit orders, you have to roll to see if they follow the orders that you give them when you're in battle, right? Otherwise, you know, they fail to hear you. So, ultimately, you have this very nice situation where you can have a well-trained, equipped, elite unit that follows your orders immediately, perfectly, has lots of skills, outfights the enemies, you know, that kind of thing. Or you could go for the guy who has, you know, a horde of green peasants because they're worth 1 power each, you know, and then the peasants, I think peasants don't even cost extra. Hold on. No, actually they do, but they cost population. I really like peasantry, actually. Peasantry are a unique one because, if I look here, yes, each unit of peasant levies reduces your population by 2. So if you lose your units, you don't get them back. If you lose your peasant militia, you literally lose population in your homelands because you've just taken your peasants and then had them die in battle. So you've lost farmers who can grow your crops, and you've lost, you know, people who can generate wealth for you, and so on and so forth. You know, so that's all an important part of the game. Is, you know, the equipment is like not just winning the battle, but not getting your army obliterated in the process of winning the battle. And so in that case, you might want to actually retreat from a battlefield. Let me take a brief moment and thank everyone for the subs. I will pull open the stream elements. Thank you very much, Righty Toby. I will thank everyone. 1 second. Okay. Thank you very much to Kazagami. Thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, Rome for the win, Ryan for the 13. Thank you, Metroid for the 48. 2 years. Thank you. Oh my god, this stream has been live for 40 fucking minutes already? Fuck me! I have been live for a while. This felt like 20 minutes. My god. Sorry for the delay on that, Metroid, but thank you very much for the 2 years. Thank you, 1978, for the 2 years as well. Cheers to the 4... Wait. No, 1978 is correct. That's 4 years. How did I get tricked by Metroid? Metroid, that's not 2 years. That's 4 years. Whoops. You both have 48 months. Thank you very much. Yeah. You did a... Yeah, sorry. You fucking got me on that one. Thank you, Negative Ramos, for the 19 months. Map. Thank you, Aviator, for the 16 months. It's fucking Rumi. Let's go. Hope your week has been doing great. I got a promotion at the NRI I work at. Holy shit. Congratulations on the promotion, mate. Holy. Congratulations. Thank you very much to Man Baguette for the 78 months. It's fucking absurd, by the way. Rem to Ember, thank you the 5. It's alright, I guess that compares. You know, I guess that's about as long, sure. Thank you, Proof for the 39 months. Oh, by the way, the reason she referenced Gemini is because Gemini keeps uninstalling itself and committing suicide. It's fucking hilarious. Thank you, Proof for the 39 months. Thank you, Chronican, for the 2 months. Hello, how we doing? Pretty good today. I'm, drinking my ass off. I would have woken up a little earlier, but like I said, you know, got distracted. So I would have started stream a little earlier, but I got distracted. Mad Wicked, thank you for the 23 months. Saint Javelin, thank you for the 57. Thank you. Best of luck with this. Thank you very much. And Righty Toby, thank you for the 16 months. All right. We are caught up. So, let me close these rules out real quick and go back to the Google Doc. So, like I was saying, flags will be located around the area. So let me just move the map a little bit so we can actually put this here. Flags will be located around the area so that, you know, this marks out unit formations, and learning more about them will be, of course, part of the game. Will be part of the scouting and part of the observing of the characters. So, let's say we start a turn. What is the turn actually going to be? It will start with 25 minutes of discussion. At 25 minutes, orders must be submitted on the tokens, so you must write down what your guys are doing, but the roleplay can continue because at that point, Mr. Me, GM, steps in and starts doing the resolution phase. That's where I'm going to go around, I'm going to read all of the notes on the tokens. So in Foundry, we're going to have tokens on the map. Let's just use like a random symbol. What have I got? Okay, let's do this big dragon, right? Oh, not that big, you know. So what it'll be like, okay, on Foundry, I'll look at this dragon, and the players will have written the written the orders, sorry, for this dragon onto it, so I can read the orders and go, okay, they want to move over to here, you know, they want to move to this area, and they want to do a march, or they want to do a forced march, or they want to do a cautious advance in this area, right? You know, that kind of thing. So I'll look at all of that as the GM, and I'll look at all, obviously, the other, orders being given in the area, and it's simultaneous resolution. So if I discover, let's say, that this guy wants to advance up the road, but then... Why is he so much bigger? There we go. But then this guy decides this turn that he's going to march down this road as well. What I will do as the GM is go... This isn't actually Foundry. This is... Oops, I just realized I've moved out of the way. My bad. There we go. What I will do as the GM is, you know, so one guy's like, okay, you know, I'm going to march down this road. This guy's going to march down this road. I will then have those two units collide, obviously. Now, depending on their orders, I might just say, you pass by another formation of guys marching the other way, you know, and they're these guys who aren't, you know, your enemies. But if they were enemies, well, then we've got a meeting engagement. And then, you know, suddenly we're having a situation where these two guys are fighting each other, and that would trigger then, here we go, when a large battle takes place, the warfare rules are used. So, if ever in the resolution phase, the orders would trigger either a character combat or intrigue, so a man-to-man combat or an intrigue situation like a feast, or a large-scale battle, that's when the actual game rules step in and I start to GM it. Now that's also where assistant GMs help, because for certain warfare battles, that being, you know, large-scale mass combat where you're commanding the army, I don't necessarily have to be there. That's where assistant GMs will help the most, because an assistant GM can just step in, well, I mean, can be playing the game, rather. So let's say, you know, I have this battle, one player's an assistant GM, the other player's just a player. They can run their own battle, because the assistant GM, all he has to do is just know the rules, you know? He has to be like, okay, so it's your turn. And of course, there'll be an automated initiative tracker, so it'll switch back and forth between whose turn it is. And, you know, you tell him, okay, you know, it's your turn, you know, take your orders, you know, roll for your order. He takes his action. The assistant GM has his action. He does his maneuver, he does his attack, he rolls on it. Continue, and then, you know, they play out the battle. So, obviously, if it was a large battle, I would like to be there as the DM, especially if it's the only battle happening that turn. But in a scenario where it's, let's say, you know, oh, one unit of cavalry ran into some infantry on the road, you know, and it's just a simple little fight, I can let the players self-GM that, right? I don't have to necessarily be there watching and staring, especially when I have Foundry, so I have a list of, like, here's the exact rolls. It's not like anyone can cheat, you know? We know what the numbers were. So, that's the kind of breakdown of the game. It's got 3 different levels of gameplay. There is what I would call the operational level. That is a fog of war and intrigue. That's here we go, a fog of war and intrigue. That's the stuff that I'm writing. That's the rules that I've written. That's the kind of operational main map, general command kind of, you know, game layer. Then there is the warfare game layer. Now, I do say game layer very specifically, because let me show you something else. Fuck off scale map. Let's do a detail map. Do you recognize this? Do you recognize this area? You see, one lovely thing about Wonderdraft, let me actually turn off the Chrome capture, here we go. One lovely thing about Wonderdraft, you see, is it has a feature called detailed maps. So much like Total War, I can go, alright, let's select, say, this area up over here. There we go. Times it by 10. Okay, very good. Include everything. Select the area. Oh, wait, sorry. Wait, oops, my bad. Create. And here we go. So, it's not perfect. There are some things I noticed. For example, paths have to be increased in thickness once you zoom in, like this. I'd have to thicken this up a bit to make it the same scale as it was before. But I can effectively have detailed maps of all of the areas of the actual, like, the larger scale map. So, I can have it zoom in each time we do a warfare battle. And this is where we would fight the warfare battles on. If the units are moving around on this map, so, you know, let's put down some dragons, here we go. So if the units are on this map, like so, we'll have them moving around, doing their business, whatnot. And then when let's say, a battle breaks out between these 3 guys, we'll zoom in on that, and I already have a battle map for this, obviously. In this case, it's detail map 2. Here we go. So we zoom in on these guys, and then on Foundry, again, this will be on Foundry. As a GM, I would drop in the appropriate units. So let's say I know there's 2 infantry and a cavalry in this battle. I would drop in 2 infantry and a cavalry. I would set them up as appropriate for the battle that's taking place. You know, we would have, say, let's just use Dock and Dragons again just to demonstrate. We'd say have, you know, the 2 formations over here, of course, except they would now be much larger because they're now actually at scale. So let me just, like, increase. Oh, God. Overrun. Whoops. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. Sure, that works. You know, they'll be like this scale, right? And then they'll be actually commanded around on the map in the same way that the warfare rules work. So, you know, you would be giving your command orders. You're like, all right, march over to here. Okay, you know, you make the march move. You roll for it. You attack the enemy, yada, yada, yada. You fight out the little battle. And then it resolves the battle. And then we go back. We go whoop, out of the Total War zoom-in mode. back to the main map. So that's the way the combat resolution will work. For the most part, the game is not going to be relying on player-to-player combat, because that's decently rare, though it doesn't remove the situation. You know, there is every chance in a moment that a player is going to want to duel some other, you know, important noble. You know, he's going to accost him in the street and duel him, or potentially just murder him, you know? That's also a possibility. So that's the kind of breakdown of how this game has, you know, 3 systems kind of stack on top of each other. So we have the overall map, we have the warfare detailed map, and then when it comes to the player-to-player, you know, combat situation, there won't be any maps. That will just be me describing. It'll be theater of the mind, you know, that kind of thing. Will we be able to have special units? I don't know what you mean by that. But anyway. NVQS2, thank you for the rest of the 59 months. Thank you. Can't stay long as I have to wake up early for my new job. But I'll leave you with this. A ham sandwich walks into a bar and orders a beer. The bartender says, "Sorry, we don't serve food here." Yeah. It's a chat full of Yuris, you know? Alright. So, let's continue on with the actual explanation of this. I think there's not much more I want to cover here. But, yeah, resolution phase for the written orders. We used the common intrigue, large battle. Here we go. Oh, this is the dice system, by the by. This is not something the players are really going to have to know for themselves. Again, I'm going to have macros for pretty much everything. All of the rolls will be automated. But I still figured it's good that they know how the system works. So, in this case, this is how it works for both Song of Ice and Fire and Sword Chronicle. You have a difficulty, you have your ability, and then you have your specialty right here. And then you roll. So you roll, say, 5 6-sided dice, because you've got 3 and 2 here. But you're only going to keep 3, because the ability is only 3. You've got 2 bonus dice. So what you do is you drop the 2 lowest dice, that's your bonus dice, and the end result here is 15, 1 degree of success, because, as you can check over here, here are the degrees of success. There you go, that's what I was talking about earlier. And then, yeah, this is obviously unfinished. This is where I got up to writing the other night. But I have worked more on these. Now, I'm not going to go into all of these. These are just the fine rules, but this is more detail on the main map. It talks more about the discussion phase itself. It talks about the resolution phase here, and then the character action, the battle phases over on the right, which is when you're either in combat or you're in a warfare mode. Now, the flags and characters, they honestly move very slowly, and I even acknowledge this over here. Unfortunately, I did the numbers, and this was probably one of the hardest things to decide on, was the scale of the game. Was how am I setting up the scale so that the game works without being, you know, unplayably fast, you know? Because if the game was too quick, if everyone only took like a day to get anywhere, well, the house actions and such are measured in like months. You know, it takes like fucking like, 4d6 plus 60 months to build a castle, right? Like catapults and trebuchet. Siege equipment exists, yeah, but that's not like a special unit. That's siege equipment, that's separate. Anyway, and also siege equipment is more constructed. Anyway, so, yeah, as I was saying, I was looking into the actual travel time and stuff, and so the average domain of a house, as in like just one domain, is 1 league, which is actually not that far. I think it's about is it like 4.8 kilometers, I think? Or something like that. It's 4.83. Yeah. Though it's one of those things that doesn't have like an exact set distance. But it's a roughly about a league, and like that's the area. So you will have multiple plots of land, or at least you may have multiple plots of land under your house's direct control, and each plot is a league. But realistically, you know, most houses are going to have 2 to 4 plots, you know, maybe more if you go really crazy with it and it's really bad land, but if it's anything decent, you're going to have a decently small number of them. So if you think about it, you know, one league, it's one domain, how fast can you walk, you know, across a league in this game? The answer is 1 hour. So if the travel time, if I stuck to the travel time in the books, unfortunately, this entire game would take place over hours rather than weeks. So it's just not going to work. It would just break down. Instead, each turn is a week of time. Considered a decent while with people traveling between towns and whatever, and moving units. Because if I gave it for realistic times, either everyone would have to live like really far away, but with really small domains that were all super spread out, so that just like you didn't just get there immediately. Or I just do what I did, which is I compress down the map so that everyone is still next to each other. We'll still have neighbors. It's just everyone moves a lot slower, so we don't rip across the map in no time. And that is also part of this design. It's something I'll obviously be talking about once we do start the map design itself, which will be very soon, because I think there's not much more left to talk about. Which is, I basically need to design the map in such a way that players are almost never more than one turn, they should be always one turn away from another location that they can roleplay with other players. Because you can be left out in the wilderness, right? But that's not ideal, because that's, unless there's someone else next to you in the wilderness, that turn you're going to spend just alone, which is not fascinating gameplay. So I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. The only time you're really going to come into that is if you're trying something crazy, like marching some units across the mountains or whatever, to, do a surprise attack, which at that point, yeah, suck shit, eat your penalty. But otherwise, pardon me, one sec. Otherwise, what do you call it? Great, I fucking blanked on it now. Alright, never mind. I blanked on what I was saying before I blew my nose. Anyway. Oh, right, yeah, the whole connecting to towns thing. Right, so the way the map is going to be designed is so that players can get from location to location in about one turn each, so they're always able to have roleplay at the end of during a turn. But armies will usually move a little slower. I don't know. This is one of the biggest issues, the biggest balancing issues. And in fact, when I'm designing the map, this is something I'm going to constantly think about. Is, let's say I run this as a big event, right? I've already said 40-minute turns. If I just say 7 turns, that's still 280 minutes, which is 4.6 hours. So I could probably go 8 turns for about 5 hours. And again, 8 turns in 5 hours, that's good pace. That's assuming I keep the 40-minute per turn pace. That's really good pace. But that's still 8 turns. So I have to kind of figure out, the careful balance between the game has to be capable of the army reaching combat and reaching units and reaching locations to be relevant for it to be fun. Units have to be capable of getting around to actually get involved in the battles, or else there's not going to be any fun to be had. But at the same time, I have to kind of make it so that there is still a penalty for moving the wrong way or committing in the wrong direction. So that's one of the main things that the game will be figuring out. It's, yeah, I have my army here, but where's the enemy army? Do I march to this village? Do I march to that village? Do I dig in here? I've got, I sent scouts in that direction, and the scouts brought back, oh, we can see 4 flags here flying these colors of this house, that kind of thing. So there's going to be a lot of the intrigue and planning and the kind of I don't know where to go, I don't know what to do, I don't know, which way to take my force, will be a key part of the game. And I obviously need to be very careful with the map design to ensure the map design actually enables that rather than destroying that, because the map is what will control that heavily. Now, I don't think there's anything more to touch on here. I think this is just character actions. So one of the character actions, for example, is like they can drag someone up into a private discussion. That lets you, do... When you're at a location, you can step out into a private channel, basically, which is otherwise not allowed normally. Observe is for spying on flags to figure out what they are. Rush to travel to another location quickly, rather. Dispatch a message. Now, this is the bot, right? And this is all automated, so I don't even have to roll this. All of this stuff here is all automated by the bot, and a lot of stuff will be automated like this. And these ones I haven't actually finished yet, as you can see. Oh, no, these ones. I have finished the flag one, at least. Sorry, the attached one, rather. And then here, of course, I need to finish up these orders here as well. But that is where I'm up to with the rules so far. I think I'm mostly going to work on the rules offline, but I do want to do some map designing on stream. And I also want to kind of reveal, I was working on this. This is what I've been planning for a bit. Obviously, I've had to learn a lot. I've had to learn how to code Foundry for this. I've had to learn how to code Discord bots. And I have had to go back and re-study this game I haven't played for quite some time to learn how to write all these rules for it. But I am decently keen on the outcome here. I think this event will be very fun, and I think that one of the most fun parts will be able to, like, jumping between streams and seeing, like, what different players are role-playing. The biggest thing, I think, is that this is going to accurately simulate how Game of Thrones tells its story. If you don't know, Game of Thrones uses lots and lots of POV characters. So you see through the eyes of different characters, from their perspectives and their opinions and so on and so forth, the story that's being told. So I think it'd be very fun to recreate a game with that kind of thing. Anyway, Walkers, no. No. Not at all. Not interesting. Alright. Well, let's do map design. I want to figure out a basic map. So I'm going to put this one over to the side. Whilst I start doing some map calculations. Here we go. Publish that out there, good. Alright, 1 sec. Did you hear Galbert Glover's gonna leave the van? Oh, I heard that, Kepler. I did hear that. Here we go. Alrighty, let's get to map design. So, we already have a scale, and believe it or not, this scale was the product of a lot of work. So if we look down here, this is our current scale. It is 2.4, here we go, kilometers. If I move this over, here we go. I gotta swap controls like this, here we go. Okay, so the average hex is 4.8 kilometers. Which is, I think it's a little bigger than leagues are for real, but I was already on the problem of leagues were too small for my tastes. So I'm already kind of leaning on making them a bit bigger. Call me basic bitch, but a song by Sapphire was always hard for me to follow. More characters and relationships than I track. Basic bitch. Sorry, man. I mean, like, that's... I love Game of Thrones. I don't think it's a particularly hard story to follow. I just think there's a lot going on in it. There's a lot of different storylines. Any one individual storyline isn't too hard to follow. It's probably just where they cross over is where things get complex. Anyway, whole idea here is that each, hex is going to be effectively one domain about the size of one league. All right. So we already have the scale worked out. I spent ages figuring this out, to figure out what was the exact scale I wanted to go with, and about this is perfect. Is it going to be available for public use? Once I'm completely finished on it, potentially, yeah. I mean, I could release it. It's not going to be easy to play, to be clear. You will need lots of players for it to work. But, I mean, yeah, I'm down to release the rules. There is, I don't think there's any licensing problems I get with that. I don't know, maybe just take the Sword Chronicle fucking header out. But, I mean, it's just a fan one. I think anyone expect it to be easy. It's more that you need a large number of players. This is not going to be designed for, like, you know, this system is not designed for 4 players playing a game with just themselves kind of thing. A lot of this system relies on players effectively playing against each other, you know, PvP, which means that you need the numbers for that to work. But yeah, I will see about releasing it once finished. Anyway, sorry, let me clear these off real quick. This tool's really nice, by the way. I can even measure area with it. It's such a good tool. This is so good. So let's put an interval every 15, I think, kilometers. So the way movement works, where are we? Infantry flags can move 10 kilometers by standard. Cavalry can move 20, and naval can move 30. So by standard, an infantryman on one turn can move about that far. All right, if I do that, what if can I do like, boop, like that? So about 2 hexes is about the distance of one infantryman moving. However, I am going to say that, at least for roads, I think it is, roads will give you an extra 5 kilometers movement, which is a little different to the way it works in normal warfare rules, which is it just removes movement penalties. But I want to encourage the use of roads, especially for characters, so that in the event of, let's see, okay, so let's say the character here, if I just clear, so we go from like this town, we start at this town, let's say, so move like that, okay, 20 kilometers. Now, let me put 1 dot there, and then we put 25 kilometers, 1 dot there. Okay, let me demonstrate. So, in one turn, you've got these 2 white dots at the end, which you can kind of barely see, I'll be honest. Let me zoom back in for them, honestly. 2 white dots at the end, right? So that's 20 kilometers right there. That's 25. So, in one turn, a character can move 20 kilometers as if they are a cavalry unit, and they can do so freely regardless of other actions. So they can get about that far, but I think if they stick to roads, they can get to 25, and I think that is about the spacing I want between locations. So you see what I'm saying by this? We go, like, if this is one location down here in the bottom left, there we go, then this is one location here, then we would want, if I take control of this again, 25 kilometers. Actually, let me leave some symbols just to mark out where these markers were real quick, so I can make further notes on this. What's my symbol? All right, the weird walkie giant man. All right, here we go. Weird walkie giant man. There we go. All right, let's keep going from here. So if we go from here, 25 kilometers down the road, it's about to here. And then it's going to be another 10 kilometers. Okay, so, and again, this isn't like hard, numbers right now, but this. So the goal here is that a player, Aviator, I did, Aviator buddy, you just posted that. You just posted that, buddy, please. Give me a second to read my chat before you repost something that has got one message between you and it. Anyway, I'm sure glad you security got the guy, man. I'm talking about my stuff on stream, though. I hope you're alright. Alright. So, as I was saying, the whole idea is that we want to have a set number of turns between movements. So it's like, if you're a character at this side of the map, we want to go to here. That's going to be 1 turn of movement using the road, right? The second giant here is the 1 turn of movement. This is without the road, but this is why I want to kind of like, using roads, I can kind of funnel players in certain directions. And this is better than going off-road, because that means players can more likely judge where armies are going to go. If roads give a huge speed buff, then you're more likely going to want to use roads all the time. And so you're more likely to be able to predict, yeah, they're probably going to come down the Rose Road or the Gold Road or whatever, rather than, what do you call it? Rather than just kind of units moving freely in hex mode kind of thing. Roads removing penalties never made sense. They just provide a fast way to travel without constant navigation and like climb a mountain. Well, It's more that it removes the penalties rather than giving you a direct speed boost, which I do agree is not 100% correct, but for something like a mountain, having a road through a mountain is very nice, because that's a predestined mountain path that you can follow, as opposed to having to make your own way up a mountain. You know, I can see why that is a huge advantage. Anyway, so the whole idea, this is Wonder Draft, Impartial. The whole idea is that we're going to be at least, you know, keep the characters at least one movement away from each other location. So there's always somewhere else they can go to talk to other players. So at least they're not getting a kind of wilderness, like I can't talk to anyone situation. But the armies might take a bit longer. So if we go here, clear these out. Say like 10. So infantry would only get this far. So infantry would take 2 turns to get there. If we go 30. Go, there's another dot. And then we go 45. And then this is following, this is with the road speed boost. 45 up to 60. So to cross the to cross most of the map, again, this is I'm probably not even gonna have like this side, honestly. This stuff would just get removed. And again, this is just a test map to begin with. But to cross this map would be, that's 60. So it's going to be about 4 turns for an infantry army to cross this map, which I think is about perfect. If we assume that a game might go for, say, 8 turns, 4 turns for just an infantry unit with no extra, you know, bonus speed. He's not force marching. That's another way to speed up as well. So he's not force marching. He's not using naval, you know, ships to boost up so that he actually, like, you know, he's not getting, you know, the naval boost or anything. With a situation like this, it's going to take him 4 turns to cross the map, which I think is good, because that means that in an 8-turn game, you still have 4 turns to fuck around with and do other stuff in between. You know, you could take a wrong turn, you could not move for a turn, you could yada yada yada, but you would still be able to reach the other side of the map and get involved in a combat. If it was too slow, then a unit on the far side of the map, in the limited number of turns that we have, wouldn't be able to reach the battles on the other side. But if it was the opposite, where it was too fast, then there's no point in, like, planning or alerting or discussing, you know, which path do we take, you know, oh, let's blockade this road so that, you know, they can't send, you know, reinforcements up it or whatever, you know? There are plenty of you know, problems with going either way, too fast or too slow. So this is kind of the ideal, and that spacing is about what I'd want. What I would probably do a little more realistically is I'd probably space it to like there-ish maybe, or like there-ish. So there's like kind of an equidistance between all of the locations. And it means that these guys can actually still have some travel time between them without fucking over the characters. But anyway, speed and supply bar. So for supply, I'm not as worried. The way supply works, it's going to be a debuff, basically. If you are besieged, or if you're... But here's the thing. Logistics, in the ancient sense, is nothing like modern logistics. If you cut off the road behind my army, you don't cut off my logistics, because my logistics were never coming from there in the first place. That's not the way medieval armies worked, you know. More often than not, the logistics would come from the local area, whether paid or not paid, which is a very, you know, common thing. You can starve your enemies by waging war exclusively in their territory. Well, yes, the way that this works is that every unit, the supply system is very basic. Every unit outside of your holds, of your, you know, settled domain territory, costs you 1 wealth a turn. And that's, you know, a simple expense that you have to spend a wealth on the units who are out fighting. But you can choose to not spend that wealth, and instead you start to lower the law. Law is another stat of houses. You lower the law of a house by raiding for the supplies in their territory, and so you don't spend the wealth. Instead, you spend the law sorry. You don't spend the law. Whoever's territory you're in spends the law on supplying your troops. So yes, this could be in enemy territory. It could also be in friendly territory, or your own territory if you can't afford the wealth. And assuming the unit was outside of a hold at that point. But yes, the supply system will be very basic, so they won't be considered like cutting off a road is more about cutting off reinforcements and cutting off retreat. It's less about cutting off supply lines because, genuinely think about it, like medieval armies aren't like, hey man, bring wagons all the way back from like the far, far, far back of our empire and bring them all the way slowly to the front and then supply my army. No, they're just gonna buy food at the places around them and restock at the at local kind of settlements and cities and whatnot, which is the way that most ancient and medieval armies ended up working. And yes, foraging, yes, which is what I talked about there with the law reduction. So supply is not going to be like a hyper focus of this. If it was a modern military or even Napoleonic and that kind of thing, then yeah, absolutely. But no, we don't. We don't need shipments of powder. We don't need, that kind of thing. So it is going to be more about besieging someone and starving them out if that's the kind of situation. Is there a win condition? Yes. The win condition is the Lord Paramount. Again, I haven't decided on the exact term yet, but I mean, Paramount's just the one I'm going with for now. Of this region. So there was a Lord Paramount. He was deposed, probably for rebellion. Again, haven't actually, settled on the exact reasoning yet. And then this Lord Paramount, well, now the great houses are looking to replace him. And each great house is saying, well, I'm the obvious replacement for the Lord Paramount. My family is, has this claim, and my family has this claim, and we did this, and we're the most powerful family, so obviously we should be, the ones in charge, yada, 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 yada. Basic idea of a power struggle, but that's the idea, is that there is a regional command to be struggling over. And then the vassals themselves are all helping their liege to get that command because it's going to help them get back whatever territory they desire, whatever claims they desire. So, let's get on to designing. Now, I haven't done a lot of map design with this yet, as you can see. I've also been screwing around and testing mostly. So, let's start maybe by painting. Now this is going to be the trial map, so we just need a basic trial map. I'll build a kind of cutoff line real quick. Do I even want it to be 4 turns long? Probably not. That's probably too big for a trial map. So instead, let's make it 2 turns big. So all right. So if we go to like 25, so that's 1 turn there. Oh, and then we go. Okay, so 1 turn to there, and then if we assumed a road was going this way, maybe like there, and then we have the final house here. Yeah, here we go. The intended length of a turn is 40 minutes. Though it is variable, and obviously one of the biggest things that will fuck it over is if there is a massive battle that takes place that turn, then yeah, the turn is not going to take 40 minutes. It'll take probably an hour and 40 minutes. But that's just life. And some turns will not take anywhere near as much time. Some turns, I'll just read all the orders and I'll go, this guy moves to here, this guy moves to here, this guy moves to here, this guy moves to here. Done. That's the turn, But obviously that will not always be the case. So let's go, say, no, we'll go like 1 here. So 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. Okay. Let's see. Close out. Sorry, I got this again. Yes, Wolf of the West. I will indeed be using the Foundry's Fog of War. So each player will have a 5-kilometer view radius, and they'll only be able to see flags in their current area. Of course, that doesn't actually mean they'll know anything about those flags. They won't be able to say much about them. In fact, the only thing that flags should display is the fact that there is a flag, and then the allegiance that the flag claims. So it's not necessarily correct, but, you know, what they're claiming. Alright. So, we have our marks. Let's do this. Let's see. What is this path's thickness? 6.5. Okay. So if I go... Let's go 6.5. We'll calm down the roughness a bit. And I guess we can do like a thickened highway. Yeah, this is a nice look. Yeah, come on. Right click, good, close it up. Okay, let's do the road. So, like this, out to here. Oh, no, that's no good. Okay, here we go. Like this to here. Ah, that's much nicer. Actually, you know what? That's kind of like... Oh, I like this. Here we go. Okay, so then we stop that there. Oh, I just fucked up the end. Hold on. Will the size of road any impact on the movement of armies? Depends. There is difference between paths and trails in the map, but I will have to experiment and test around with it. I would personally not rather. That's a little bit too much of a fiddly, annoying, complex rule for no real gain kind of thing. Because already I am very carefully trying to finely balance the movement and pathing of units. So, do I right-click here, or do I just... Oh, okay, I right-click to end. Okay, there we go. So that's road 1. Anyway, as I was saying, it'll what do you call it? Affect the math. So the whole point of the math right now is that, like, everything I'm doing is based around, you know, figuring out how many turns it'll take to do things. That sound was the one to draw off. Actually, no, you wouldn't have heard that. Never mind, it won't be leaking through. Okay. Oh yeah, sound is working, by the way. Music, right? Okay, good. Music is working. Excellent. Okay. Like so. And then down to here, like so. I'm gonna go like that. Well, that looks nicer, I think. Okay, so let's test out some measurement here. So, 8.5 kilometers, 25. Okay, 25 to get to there about. There's about to get 25. You know, you can kind of arrive here. One of the things as well is the locations. I'm going to say will have like a 2-kilometer kind of... They basically have a 2-kilometer radius that kind of sucks players into the location. You don't have to be like... You don't have to be literally on the city to get into it. You just have to be close enough to count as being in the city. You can probably steal the node structure of Diplomacy or War of the Whispers if balance is an issue. Not exactly. No. This game is all... No. Diplomacy is... No, that doesn't work. Diplomacy works with node structure because Diplomacy only has so many options. You can only move to certain tiles from each tile. Not the case here. This is free movement. So, a node structure will not work. Unfortunately. Because people can try and do whatever. But anyway, the main goal is not to try and, you know, screw over players or anything. The main goal is just to ensure that players are always in a location at the end of a round. So they can, at the very least, roleplay once the round is over. Okay, so that works. Will anything be impossible? Potentially. Mountains are not normally impossible. They're just impossible to cavalry and siege engines. So you could slowly send infantry over the top of them. They're still slow. You just, you literally cannot send cavalry or siege engines over the mountains. Again, that's a base game Sword Chronicle rule. My terrain rules are slightly different, mainly about roads, but it's not too bad. Hold on. How long between these two? Interesting. So this is my problem, is this area would produce a situation where this guy trying to ride to this town would have to ride too far. But he could ride to this town. And then I guess he could ride to there next turn. What if he rode to this town? So if I go down like this. Yeah, it is a little far away. I don't know. This one, maybe I bring it in a little bit. Hold on. If we bring this symbol in a bit. So if we put the symbol here instead, it's still going to be very close to this town. And in fact, they could march infantry there in one turn, which I think is fine with how close it is. But now... Okay, it's now 25 kilometers to there. Oh, wait, sorry. My bad. Wrong way around. And it's now 25 kilometers to there. See, this is the kind of careful measuring I want to do. So that when I'm in the situation, if I'm a player... let me get rid of some of the fake giants real quick. If I'm a player in Giant Town East, as I shall be referring to these towns now... I can reach Giant Town North, Giant Town West, or Coastal Giant Town South in one fucking hell hiccups turn. Get some water. Alrighty. Oh, Impartial Rage, thank you for the sub as well. I'm sorry if I didn't shout you out, but thank you very much. If I did, well, thank you for 2. There we go. Anyway. So... the idea is that if I'm in that position, as a player, I have multiple options to go and visit and go, talk to the players there. So I have, a decent number of choices that I can pick between. And I'm not going to end up in the wilderness. And that's a thing where if there's ever a moment where a player is, say, caught on the road, let's say they're marching with an infantry army that's really slow for whatever reason, and the player ends up here... Well, unless there's another player nearby, if there is, I'll put them together into a voice channel. But if there's not, that player's just on their own for that scene. I do hope to alleviate this with the fact that if there is a big army marching, a big slow army that's been slowed down by how large it is, because of course, one rule I'm going to have is a certain number of flags can move at a certain speed, but if you have, say, like 20 flags moving on the same road, you have an army and it's going to move a lot slower just by the natural, traffic jams. So I'm hoping that one of the solutions is when you are reaching the scale of, oh wow, we're putting together like 9 units of infantry to make a massive army. At that moment, there should at least be multiple players marching together, so at least they can talk to each other, That would be the idea there. So let's design this little trial map. So this square down here is going to be our trial region. Not to actually play a full game on, but to do like a test run with 2 mates and just test the mechanics. Test the battle mechanics, test the rolls and whatnot. So let's color this in, shall we? Land. We want... Is it... grass. Here we go. This stuff, here we go. Alright, let's paint this in. That could be a good idea, Wolf of the West. Yeah, actually. There already is a kind of thing with that, in that there is a commander and sub-commander system for combat. And having sub-commanders means you can give more orders because the sub-commanders can give an order each during the battle kind of thing. But I do think it is a decent idea to limit the number of flags. Well, half and half. It's something where I'm not sure I'd necessarily limit the number of flags, because then it leads into weird situations where it's like, why can't I just tell my peasants to walk themselves to this area? But didn't mean to do that. There are still scenarios where I can see it being quite useful. Like, can I get the fucking... Oh, here we go. You know, I could... Maybe I could make it like a speed thing instead, or whatever. We were to make our own thing. Keep saying we. My players will be. We'll see. But no, it's not like... You don't just... It's not that kind of game, Aviator. Those things are decided before the game begins. You have, you know, houses will have cities, ports, towns, holds, castles, that kind of thing. But it's not like a game, we're not sitting here and building like a 4X. This is more about the movement of units and characters. Alright. So. Go 200%, that's good. Alright. I think we should go a little bit. Let's go 300%. Okay, let's get started with designing this place. So, what's my actual... Is it 2 kilometers? Is that the distance? Let me see if I can say it somewhere. 2 kilometers? Yeah. Within 2 kilometers. Is 2 kilometers the correct number? I think it might be. So I said 2 kilometers as the radius. And as long as it's like the center of the hex, maybe I go 3 kilometers. Hmm. 3 kilometers is a decent move boost, though. Maybe 2.5. I think the main thing is it'll be annoying that if they're in the hex, maybe I go 2.5. Because that way, it's like if they're in the hex, they definitely would want to be like seen as being in the area. But 3 is maybe a little too far out. So I think we'll go 2.3 would be correct, but to make it easiest, I'm going to say 2.5. It also gives a little bit of leeway to people being on the edge. So 2.5 will be the enter distance. So let's clear out some symbols here. Okay. So what village symbols? This is something I need to buy. Actually, I need to like go test out as well. I probably should do this off stream though. But Cavalo sent me some nice icons that I could use. Wouldn't take the corner of the hex be the easiest? That way you can't be outside this. Can't be outside in the same hex, but it's not too far. Well, look, the only problem is there will be certain areas that are not perfectly centered on the hex. And so, for example, you know, like, let's say that, I don't know, this bit was your domain, because you can have a coastal domain, and this is your domain. Well then, if I put it in the center is fucking water. So I would instead say that the center of your settlement is here, and therefore someone within 2.5 kilometers of it is able to enter it. And that'll be the nicest way for that to work. Because it's not going to be perfectly hexed every time. Okay. Let me see. What kind of symbols have I actually got that I can use? I do like this one. I think, can we maybe use these ones? Yeah, that one's pretty nice. Ooh, this one's quite nice, actually. Yeah, here we go. Alright, let's try using ones of these. What are they called? Paper Town, maybe? No? Farm Village Colored, I see. Alright, let's do this then. So, if I go... Symbol scale will go 40, I think. Let's just build a little town here. Okay. That's a pretty good little town layout. We'll go trees to the north. Oh, I need to mark this down actually. Okay, hold on. I haven't left a tree outside of the map. No, fuck, where is this? Hello? The fuck? Okay, there we go. I need to mark down, not overall plan, basic map orders. Yeah. Okay. Wonder draft notes. Here we go. Okay, I've got my notes here. Good. For the detailed battle map. Okay, give me that. Sorry, I'm just making sure I got my notes here. So I have a bunch of notes on like the viable distances and measurements and whatnot. And the different adjustments I have to do for detailed maps. What I'm going to mark down right now. Wait, with the main map ones. Okay, main map notes. Okay, so if we go village scale equals 40, and we'll go forest scale equals 25. Let's try that. How's that? You know what? Let me, ooh. I've just realized I don't know if there's a way to drag and select all of these. Oh, wait, there is? Is it? Oh, thank God. Okay, good. All right. Now, if I recall rightly, there's a tree brush. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So if we go for a tree brush at size 25, that's fucking fun. Okay. There we go. All right. I love the way Wonder Draft works. Wonder Draft is such a good program. This entire landmass was randomly generated, by the way. Let me just do a quick save. Save as scale map 3. Good. If I just do a, if I go like land, you can just generate land like this. Generate. So fucking cool. So fucking cool. And you can change it out to be like a continent. There you go. Let me go back through all this. Okay, there we go. Back to here. Let's actually... Oh, wait. Remember my trees. My trees. Let's do a quick... an atoll. God, it's so good. Such a good program. Oh, it's so good. I think we just made the Middle East, actually. Huh. What an interesting... This is like Warhammer Fantasy's Middle East. Huh. Yeah, I love this program. Really good. So, let's get back in. 250. Okay, so forests, the village. Let's do a label. So, I actually haven't fucked with these often. Presets, city, font Merriweather. Okay, let's do like... we'll call this Little... we'll call this Farm Town, sure. Oh. Now... Oh, shit. Fuck. Delete. Okay, good, good. Now... Oh. How do... Wait, what's this? What the fuck? Hello? Is this like for... Is this for putting like... Oh! This is text boxes! No! That's so fucking cool! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, that's amazing, actually. I was like, what am I looking at? That's such a cool fucking system. Oh, this game... So this system still has things not even I know of. Alright. So, let's go... A black outline. Oh, never mind. That's a pretty bad one. Okay, alpha, good. bit thick. Okay, I think one thickness should do. So let's go. I don't really want the weird brown. I do not think so. Maybe I go for a nice white, like a creamy white, and I go farm. Nope, that's definitely not what I wanted. Okay. Oh, actually, yeah, kind of only putting the alpha to like 160 is nice. Okay. Labels, there we go. Okay. Can I... Ooh. Oh, okay. Interesting. How do I want to do this? Maybe I go like this. You know what? Maybe the best way... If I... How big is the font? Ooh, curvature. Oh! Ooh! 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 I fucked with curved names, actually. Ooh. Ooh, I like putting a curved name above it. That's nice. Okay. I gotta see some, let's see. So we bring the font size down to 28. Alright. So, this is 100% right now. This is what the map would look like normally. But most players will still end up being able to go in further. So... At about this scale, I like it. Maybe I make the thing a little darker. Yeah, about 200. Okay. Alright, irrelevant. Okay. Now we try something real quick, because I have not yet tested this. We now do a detail map. We select area, select down here, go times 10, okay, create. Ooh, okay. Do I... Now, obviously, the paths are one thing that does break here. I can fix that by just thickening this. Here we go. Otherwise, like, I'm pretty happy with this as is. This works as a battle map. So, you know, we have the forest tiles, obviously, you know, we move between. We've got the, you know, the city, so that the village, rather, that our guys can occupy. We have an invisible road, you know, a river or whatever. But I think I'm likely to remove this. I can do that, because they are, you know, different maps, right? I think I'll remove labels once we're, like, in battle mode. Because it'd be really fucking annoying to have this label on the map while we're trying to move units around it, kind of thing. Or under it. So, that does seem to work so far, though. Let's open back up Scale Map 3. What do you move the label in the top corners? That's actually not a bad idea. Though I do want to, of course, be cautious because the top corners are still part of the map in some maps, but... I could do like a... Let me uncurve it real quick. Oop. Curved it in the wrong direction. There we go. So I could do it like this. Kind of thing. That's not bad. The labels follows in detail? It does, yeah. Everything follows. We are in detail, yeah. Everything follows. It's just some... again, I say some. The only thing I've genuinely found so far is the path. Things don't exactly add up. The path is the one thing so far I've found that does not exactly one-to-one work. But yeah, that could definitely work. That's probably not going to get too much in the way. Even if it does, it's just on the edge of the map, so who really cares? And then we can move around down here. Now... Oh, shit. Hold on. What was the distance? Hold on. I feel like I marked this down somewhere. I need to find it. Maybe I didn't mark this down. Hold on, let me pull open the other detailed map. I was gonna say... Ah, here we go, right. So this is the scale I've gone with for combat, right, on the detailed maps. So you may notice, this isn't correct. The distance in the detailed maps is clearly a lot, you know, like the recorded distance is shorter than it is in reality, right? This isn't a literal one-to-one. Instead, I tested it, you know, I tested around with this, and I found that about this is about, you know, the best option for the warfare rules. If I recall rightly, here we go. So movement for a normal character, for a normal flag, sorry, is 40 meters, 40 yards. So in this case, I'm just swapping yards for meters, which isn't correct as well, but yards are actually smaller. But we're gonna round them up to meters. So it would be 40 meters here. That's like a normal, just standard move for a unit, which if you're imagining a battle line, that's pretty all right. But most units, when they're, you know, moving in a big formation, or sorry, when they're going to move long distances, rather, will sprint instead, which results in 4 times their movement speed. So instead of 40, we go 160. So units at max speed, well, at least infantry at max speed, will be able to move that far, pretty much. Oh yeah, I need to, wrong, there we go, put some notes there. So yeah, that's the kind of scale we're playing at. So yes, this is incorrect. The units are moving faster on the detailed map than they would move in reality on the main map. But that's just accepted. It's like it's a Total War situation where we zoom into this detailed map for the battle to be fought, and then we zoom out, and the units just kind of go back into their formations, right? Even though they were, you know, technically moving way faster than they had any right to be, it's more about making the battle map functional for this. I did think about doing a true scale, you know, like the units actually move at their, you know, kind of speeds on the detailed maps. Unfortunately, that basically resulted in a situation where if I wanted a combat to take place here, the detailed map would have to be like a times 100. And unfortunately, that would not work out. If I pull open the scale map as well, that would also ruin the whole point. Like, if I go into here. See, with the scale map right now, if my flags are here and these flags are here, we could have a decent combat where the GM puts, you know, these flags here, puts those flags there, and then they fight across the river. But if it was true scale, then if I highlight the area real quick, then this area down here, there we go, would be like the entire map. If it was actually true scale, like this would be like the entire map, which does not make for a very interesting map. So instead, the map is more like this entire area. Even though you're mostly only going to be fighting over like maybe here and like over here, even if all the fighting will take place like right here, at least you get most of the features. So, you know, if you're a commander and you see like, oh, there's a river, you can set up behind the river and you'll actually get the river in combat when the combat starts. So that was the kind of idea behind the detailing map stuff. But let's build up the other towns. Now, I'm going to try a little cheeky something here. I'm not going to always do this, but since this is just the trial map... Okay, I've fucked something up drastically. Oh, God. Oh, God. How do I... Z... Okay, we're good, I think. Okay, holy shit. Whew. Okay. Let's try Control C, maybe? Control drag? No. Is there a... Let me try the manual real quick. Is there a... Oh, shortcuts. Here we go. I want to mass copy and paste. Ooh. We could merge, actually. which improve performance at the cost of energy. Oh, wow. Merging is fucking horrible. Never mind. Okay. I would love to be able to drag these. Just make them in GIMP? No. 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 I mean, I already have, again, like I said, I already have the, also GIMP? Why the fuck would I use GIMP? Why would I actively decide to use GIMP? One of the worst UI fucking programs out there. I would use any other program. But anyway, I already have a list of free. Yeah, Photoshop's free too if you don't care about laws. Anyway, I've got a list of icons given to me by Cavlo because he was doing map stuff as well. What is this song? Hello, Daylight Arising. What a nice song. Do, 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 do. Okay, is there a copy and paste? Or like a duplicate? Okay, shockingly, I don't actually think there is a copy and paste option. Maybe... I can import a height map, though. That's quite cool. Well, Control-C, Control-V just hasn't worked so far. I'll try it again. Let's... Come on, please work. Come on. No. Maybe if I try like this? Nope. No. Okay, well, that doesn't matter too much. We can just draw it. We can make them pretty easy. But, oh wait, hold on. Mirror symbol, shuffle symbols, no, wait. Don't use that. Let me try something real quick. Layer management. Hold on. Oh god, get that shit off of me. Get that off my hand. Here we go. Okay, this is the mountain brush. No. So you guys are all just on the default layer. What if I went to like -1? Is there... Can I copy this layer at all? Or I can just hide it. I can lock it. I can give it a name. Yeah, okay. So I don't actually think... Weirdly enough, which is kind of shocking that it's just not a feature. I don't think I can just like copy and paste a bunch of these guys. Is there... Ooh, checking like up the top. Assets, no. Theme, no. Help? No. Alright. Well, I don't think there's any way for me to copy paste. This is unfortunate, but wait, just looked it up. Hover over them, then hold shift. Wait, is it? Oh. Huh? Then hold shift. Oh! Oh, like that. Hold on, here we go, like this. Hold on. No. Yeah! There we go! Thank you. Thank you, Wolf West. That is exactly what I needed. Alright. So, let's just do this then. Drag these guys up to here. I'll move this a little bit like that. At least this means I can basically just copy paste most of these towns. Like, if I have like a decently designed city, I can copy and paste it and just adjust it from there. Let's take away these guys' little forest and we'll give these guys farmland instead. That is beautiful. We'll call this one Forest Town just to annoy everyone. Okay, so the village was what, scale 40? Yeah. Like that. Okay, cool. And then we go labels. We go text. 28. I'm gonna make sure a note of that as well. Village font size equals 28. I'd probably make the cities obviously bigger fonts as well, you know, as you do. That's when we go like 0.0. I gotta make sure I note all of this shit down so I can actually recreate it accurately later. So village font curve equals 0.05. Oh. Wait. Oh my god. Just delete. God, delete. Good. Delete. Right. Let's go. You know what? Can I just hold on? You know what? It is literally gonna be so much easier to just copy and then adjust. Because it seems like all of these settings reset. Do they? Yeah. Oh, okay, maybe is it now? There we go. Okay, so if I just touch it first, then I can just copy it across. Alright, that works. Alright, let's call this Forest Town. There we go. That's what the fucking jazz on tonight. Give me something else. No. 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 Sure. Alright. Okay, so Forest Town is up here now. That's all good. Alright. So, let's see. Let's just copy and paste and do that again for these two northern towns. There we go. 125 is on the line. Okay, hold shift, drag, lovely. So we'll do a second, quote-unquote farm town, but actually forest town. And then I'll do a second, quote-unquote forest town, but actually farm town. Here we go. I'm wondering, I would like to put like a dot in the center. You know? Like, hold on. Oh, shit, I forgot about this. We can mark out regions as well. Like this. This is super important. This is going to be part of the game as well. If you look at that. See, you can mark out the ownership of areas. This is obviously, once we have our houses, house ownership will be marked with these regions. And they can have different borders, different sorting, different smoothing. It's all very nice. It's very pretty. I like that. But for now, we don't need that. We'll keep it away. Is there a good symbol we want? Oh, I love this, by the way. Compass. So cool. God. Maybe I paint a dot or something? No. Maybe it'll just be a nice... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Maybe there's a nice symbol I can use. Wall boulders? Let me just look at all. What do we got? I'm kind of almost tempted to use a pumpkin, but I don't think that's a very good choice going forwards. There's gotta be something that's alright. Maybe one of these rocks? I don't think that's very good. I don't know. You know what? Oh, perfect. If we combine these together, what this means, this won't actually be... So this is more of a symbolic symbol, whereas these will be literal symbols. So if we had a city instead, I would probably put, like, that one in as a symbolic symbol. And if we had, like, a town, we'd do like that. And if it's, like, a mansion or whatever, that, you know? So this will be the symbolic symbol that is representing the town center. That it's like, this is a settlement, rather than it being a literal house. So, let's do symbol scale, say, 25. There we go. Same. Center symbol scale equals 25. So now we go around here. So, like so. This way, at least everyone knows where the center of town is to kind of like draw their lines from. Here we go. Get out of the way, giant. I probably should get rid of the giants, actually. There we go. Put one there. Okay, so that has marked out like the actual center, like the centers of the towns. Let's finish designing these two towns then. So I'm gonna move these around a little bit. Like so. Honestly, with just a little bit of adjustment, you really create some cool looking fucking settlements in this. Let me try some of the other farm stuff, but I'm gonna rotate this. Yeah, here we go. Ooh, that looks like shit. Yeah, don't rotate your wheat fields. Oh my god. That's horrible. You know what? Maybe just one of these. Yeah, I'll use the other field icon. That looks shit too. Don't want that. Oh my god. That's so off. The scale of that is so off. Definitely try a different field. Hold on. Maybe like, yeah. Here we go. This. Oh! That's fucking sick! Hold on. How these are scale 40, right? If I check. Yeah, no, they're scale 40. Okay. That's fucking cool. I think I bring that down to scale like 35. Oh, that's so fucking cool. Ah, it's such a cool visual. I love that. Oh, man. All right. Let's put over the name. We're going to call this Miller's Town. There we go. And then over here... What are we going to call this one? Fuck it, I'll just name it after this one. Elegy. There we go. Inexplicably, one of them is not called something town. It's called Elegy instead. Alright. I actually like this song. Alright. But Alright. Spread some of these trees so they're not quite so silly. Alright. So at this point, we can pretty handedly say, again, this is just, you know, like, the trial cut. This is just for a complete, like, you know, silly, you know, like real-time testing, where we're just sitting there and rolling the dice out and seeing how the game works. I want to do some terrain and some hills. So, how do I do hills? Elevation. Is that... I feel like this isn't the lowering of a landmass. How do I do... Let's see, Wonder Draft, how to do hills. Yeah, let's see. They're saying symbol tool. I guess the like this one. This is called mountains. Yeah, no, I know the mountain brushes. I was more like, I'm looking for like a raised area rather. Because this isn't exactly what I want when it comes to a mountain. If I do like, okay, let's do like a simple scale 40. Right? That's not great. Because like, look at this. Here's my problem, right? Okay, let's say I do this. Right? And like, that's hills. That doesn't really work. Right? Because then if I go, let me save. If I then go detail map. Oh, whoops. If I then go detail map. Let's go, yeah, that's fine. And I select this area, and I go 10, create. See? That's what happens. Which can probably work for, like, these ones. But I don't think for normal hills, I don't think it's a good choice. What a track. You know, not the music I want right now. Not the music I want either. Yeah, give me some more fat rat, sure. So, let's instead figure out some different options. Let's go regions. No, symbols, rather. Clear these up. Okay. So I'm just looking online to see if there's any, like, tutorials or options or whatever. I'm gonna create a town map on a hill. Ooh, okay, hold on. This guy actually has some good ideas. I'm looking at a Reddit post of a guy who was designing a city with a bit on the hill. That's such bullshit. Okay, I hate Reddit sometimes. The top response, the guy was like, hey man, I want to build a city so it's like a city, and then part of it's on a hill. The top response is, that's not realistic. That would cost a lot of money. In real worlds, towns are built on a hill that is flat. No, they're fucking not. There's a million towns built on like 10 different hills that go up and down and up and down. People love hills. People build everything on hills. Stupid fucking Reddit answer. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. Someone's doing a town on a hill. That's whatever asset this guy has is some other asset. Like, he has some giant mountain asset kind of thing. Which, to be fair, isn't bad. I could definitely get some cartography assets, but that's still not what I want. It's not the scale I want either. Sure. No, that's not a really useful one either. Alright, let's try like painting. What if I did, say, let's just zoom in, right, okay. So, let's say like, between, I don't know, Elgie and, I don't know, the forest and farm town, fuck it, let's just do that. Put a little mountain, a little hill range here, rather. Okay. Maybe I go like this? No, I'm trying to see, what can I adjust about it? Like, okay, opacity, what's velocity? Let's see. Oh, velocity is just how much I spray each time. Yeah. great either. Yeah, none of these... what I'm thinking is I start with something like this, right? Like I go... Okay, let's see. So we're green... No. We're green color like this. So we want to get darker as we get up, right? We want to go darker when we rise, I think. I think will look best. So if we go darker, like that. Right. Only a little bit. But then... Can I pick this color? Actually... Yeah, pick this color, good. We then go... a little... darker. Ooh, a little darker. And then I reduce the brush size. Instead... Then we go like this. It's better. It's not great. But the good news is that if I detail mapped this, that would work. We could use units around, it'd be fine. And need a brush that's jaggedness? Yeah. Maybe, hold on, let me try the other brush. Let me try this one. That's nicer, I think. But if darker was lower, it looks like marshlands, while lighter looks like the drier hills. Would you rather... Maybe I do change the default color to this. Hold on. And then if I try this, lighter, and then I go even lighter. Obviously, this is like extremely light. Is it better to go lighter up? I think I actually prefer the what is it? I prefer this lighter color being the map color. So I don't really want to replace it. I don't know. Yeah, just cover the whole area first. Reset. I'm not 100% happy on any path right now. So let's go like... What if I went... Okay, what if I went for even lighter then? Here you go. If I went like this. If I lightened it up a little. There you go. Like that. And then if I go jagged... Okay, so we're going to go brush size 160. Drop the opacity to 0.9. Oh, that's just piss. That's just piss we're wiping on the map. Okay. Okay, not what I needed. Maybe like that. It's even a little... Even that's excessively bright. I really wonder how I can delete these. I must be able to get rid of these, but I'm not quite sure how. It's alright. Still very bright. I'll bring that down a little bit. That might be a little better. But I'm still not... I'm still really not happy with this. But... Yeah, I mean, obviously this color just sucks. This is not a good color for the top. Nah, that's horrible as well. Ah! Yeah, none of these really satisfy me. That's interesting. I wasn't able to tell those all apart. There's no gradient brush? As far as I'm aware, no. There is a landmass brush, but this doesn't actually, this just does water, as you can see. It's just water or no water. You can't make hills out of it. So... I definitely have to go for like a visibly different color for the top of hills. But I think the slope is alright. It's too bright. It's too bright, actually. Yeah. But let's leave that for now. Let's just assume those are the colors I'm going with, which they aren't. I'm going to replace them completely. Let's try, like, spray brush. Yeah, here we go. Not what I want. Okay. Calm the placement density down. Also not really what I want. Placement rate, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, maybe still go bring that stuff down. 40. I guess maybe I could do this. How's that look? I don't think it actually looks good at all. These mountains are fine if you're doing an absurd scale map, but I just don't see any way these mountains look good, especially once we jump down onto the detailed map. So if I now create detailed map. Try this. I think I am just gonna have to... Oh, God, that's fucking ugly. Yeah, no. No, I don't like that. Remove the mountains of the detailed map and replace them with different icons. I mean, I guess I could remove them, but... It just looks so fucking ugly. Like, I don't even know. I don't think I like it that much in the first place before we zoom into the detailed map. And it would be a lot of... It wouldn't be a lot. It'd be a little bit of extra effort for me to remove all the mountain and stuff. But I think more realistically... I just don't think this looks good. I would really prefer to make a visibly different hill system. So... Yeah, I think I do just have to lock in on, like, a color system for this. No. Alright. Let's figure out what the actual... What do you call it? Brush rules we want are. Yeah, now let's just... Oh. Not what I wanted. Oh, actually... Maybe the default dirt texture is like the way to go. Maybe that does look alright. Maybe I go dirt and then like the climb up the hill can be a kind of mix of the two. So let's do yeah. That one or I think here's what we do. Let's go... Actually, I think I can probably save... Ah, good. I can save... okay. Combinations. Alright, cool. So let's do... Nope. Nope. Here you go. This. Okay, so this is our default ground. Let me mark this down, so. Okay. Map colors. Grass. So we're going to take this custom color. Wait a second, that's not correct. Oh no. Great. Okay, maybe I can do it like this. Hold on. Is that fine? Ooh, not what I wanted. Here, erase. Go back to the manual color. Good. Okay, try this. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so I can save this as the grass color. Then I want to color. So this is grass. I want to color this just a little browner as it goes up the hill. So maybe like that. No, that gets darker. Like this. Still not really what I want. Because I'd love to make a midpoint between the two colors. No, it's just kind of creating like a dark color. Not really happy with that. Maybe I go with this. I don't know. I don't like that it keeps looking darker. This is pissing me off. I really wish I could make it look like grayer. Let me just try something I'm suspicious of. Oh, interesting. Okay. Alright, this dropper tool actually works pretty well. Okay. How do I adjust this? Let's go like that. Control Z. Oh, am I controlling X? Okay, hello. Why can't I control Z? Okay, this is interesting. Oh, it's because I got fucking... Oh, it's because I was selected on there. That's why. Okay, right, good. Oh. Let's figure out what color I want for the actual hill itself first, and then I'll worry about this. I think this. I think this color works pretty great for the hill. So let's do... Here we go. Pick color. Good. Let's try and just lighten it a little. Make it look a little more like... Yeah, there we go. That's nicer. I think that's... That might almost be the transitional stage. Fuck, that's a good one. Hold on. Make a little palette of this down here. I might make that... Let me try this as the transitional. So let's try... Okay. What's this color we've got? If I pick it. Okay, so this is going to be slope. Okay. I'm also going to go size 200. Opacity 09. Did you ever look at the fantasy map or Canvas of Kings? I looked at a bunch of them. I tested a couple. This was just the best. Wonder Draft did everything I needed the best. But I don't remember the exact ones I looked at. Okay. Oh, shit. I just filled the entire map with the color. My bad. Alright, good. So, if I was to... Yeah, maybe brush size 200 is kind of irrelevant, I think, actually. Let's just do, like, brush size 140. for this specific hill here. Ah, wait, no, I do want to change the brush type. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we go like this. Okay, wipe out the symbols. Here we go. I'm an iconoclast. There we go. Then we go... increase the opacity. Actually, no, I'll leave the opacity down. Drop brush size by about 60. And then pull from this one. I'm going to go hilltop equals this. Good. Hilltop hoods. Alright. So now we go... Fuck! Why did that Why has this happened? Okay. Let me try and get rid of everything else that's gone on here. Where's my grass color? Oh. Oh, hell yeah. You can make a little note. You can make a little palette down here. That's huge. Okay. There we go. Good, good, good. All right, let's clean this up real quick. Okay, how does this look in comparison? I'm a lot happier with this. It looks like, as a hill, it looks nice. It's a little saturated out on the monitor for me, but on the main monitor, looks alright. I'm not 100% happy with how the road works there, though. Like, maybe I can make it look more like a hill if I make the road kind of like wiggly here. Oh, that's fucking perfect. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, and if I like thin it out a little bit as well. See, now that starts to look a little more like a mountain, like a road going over a hill kind of thing. Split the hill in two. Let's see how that'll actually appear. If I... Let me go back to my painting. If I prepped a slope painting real quick. There we go. Okay, good. Oh god. Okay, hang on. C is... Okay, no, wait, they're both 5C. Okay, so the 9... yeah, 9 is grass, 8 is slope. Okay, there we go. So if I like... Oh, what if I went like this, actually? Instead, if I brought down brush size. Oh. Make a little valley through it. I kind of fuck with that. If I curve that down a little bit. Curve that over a little bit. That looks kind of nice. That we still have like the raised area, then we have the hilltop, and we got a little valley. Make the tops a tad darker. I'll try it. We'll see. I'm a little cautious on want to make him darker because I don't want to make him. I mean, I guess it would be nice to have them stand out a little bit, but here we go. You know, you can still have hilltops covered in grass, obviously, which is... Oh, okay, grab that. Okay, so let's do a little darker than this. Like that. I like that. That looks good. A slight bit darker. It's not... Again, it is barely anything. But I don't want to go too much darker. I think this looks nice. My opacity is still 09. Hold on. Maybe I go full opacity. Yeah, there we go. Maybe I go a little darker. Let's see. that's the color I want. I don't think I want to go any darker. But actually, if I combine these... Oh, that looks so much... Fuck any one color. If I combine the two colors, that little bit of bleeding... Again, it looks... Let me pull it over to my screen. Okay, to be clear, on my left monitor, it looks dog shit because my left monitor's color balance is horrendous. But my main monitor looks amazing. It looks really good. But yeah, no, the having that slightly darker one over top of the lighter kind of earthen thing, if we look in here, that looks really nice. See? That kind of like light thing going onto the darker one. I like that. That looks quite nice. One taller, darker than the other. Yeah, what I can do is if a thing is taller, I'll probably just make it darker. So instead, I'll go hilltop. I'll put this one on as well. I'll just go hilltop 2. And then I'll put this one on. And then what I can do is I can either, if it's a much taller hill, I can make it entirely hilltop 2 or hilltop 3. So if I went like, let's do like this real quick. No, a little darker. All right. So if I went hilltop 3. So now we've got a situation where we have multiple elevations of the hill. I think that looks fucking perfect. That looks really good. I'm very happy with that. That's playable for the battle map in like the units can move on that. It looks nice on the map. It's clearly a hill. People get it. It doesn't look too modern. I've not given it like modern contour lines or anything, which I would think would be a step too far for a medieval map. Wouldn't look very nice. Wouldn't look very medieval. I think that's pretty good. Let me try and like color in the in-between with some hilltops. I wish I could name my colors down here. Ooh. Ooh, that's not bad either. See, I could do that. I could imply that the road itself is still raised here. And then if I grab some 8 for slopes. Here we go. Like that. I mean, that's pretty nice, I think. That's pretty nice. I think, let's see. More details to the edges. I mean, yeah, that's just... ultimately, I'm just trying to have, like, a nice setup for this working. Because as long as I can zoom in on this and it works, then that's the main problem. Because the hills will be relevant for battles, mostly. I think that looks pretty good, though, for hill coloring. And it's a lot better than the decal option. The decal option was just no good to me. Here we go. I'll still be there for you. And when you call my name, I won't be far away. No matter where you go, you'll never be alone, be alone, be alone. God, I fucking love Fat Rat. He's a bit overplayed. I mean, he's overplayed because he lets YouTubers use his music, which is another reason I love Fat Rat. But, God, he's still got some great fucking music. Decals are nice to clear mark that as hills. The decals only work for a map that is intending to stay as a map and not doing details like I am. If you want to do details, the decals won't work. Let's see if I just went like this. I'm just trying to fatten this out a little. Ooh, let me not do that. I brought that up. I like that. I think that looks very nice. Yeah. High ground, of course, does give you advantage in battle, which is why it's very important. It does suck that I'm going to have to draw these all manually for the main map. But, I mean, it's like the only thing I have to actually draw manually, so it's probably not the end of the world. But I think that looks fucking cool. So let's draw some, like, forest and shit as well, shall we? I kind of like this little tree one, the hatch oaks. I like this one a lot. This looks really nice. I'm going to hide my face real quick since the other ones. There's the iron oak, sorry, the toon oak, rather. Those are these cactuses, what's not. There's the Hatch Pines, but I'm probably going to use the Inked Oaks or the Hatch Oaks. I think those both look very nice. So let's do these. Bring it back. And we go spray brush. And we'll go like, we'll do like a forest. Ooh, that's a bit much. Okay, like halve that down. Alright, so we did like this. Alright, and we make this beautiful forest here. This is what I mean by Wonder Draft is amazing. This is so easy to do. Like in any other fucking map program, this shit's so annoying. But like, okay, so you have a lovely forest down here. What can we do up here? What kind of like terrain things? You know what? I can add a little bit of water. So here, I can show you how ponds work, for example. Here's a pond. So I could go like, hold on, I can make it nice and small. Then go, boop. Like that. Then give me a bridge. Obviously I wouldn't do this because, you know, you wouldn't build a bridge across a lake for no reason. But you can indeed. You want to do like, maybe like this one? Like a lakeside. Ooh, that's a little... Oh, the compass is coming through, see? The compass is cutting through, I see. We should we'll probably get rid of that compass. Hold on. Goodbye, Mr. Compass. There we go. So, a nice little lake, I think, is quite nice there. River that goes along the forest and miller towns. Sure, you know what? One thing I will be doing as well, we can actually fatten these. The rivers are beautiful. Let me show you these. So, I'm going to have boats be able to traverse rivers as well. But look at this. Look how the rivers work. Right? So let's do like, you know, assuming this comes from like a mountain, right? Like, there we go. So nice. So well done. If I go back. There we go. Kind of like that. Okay, get out of here, Mr. Compass. Big fan of how these work. Though, of course, I think actually the way we want to design it is we actually want to reverse that. Hold on, can I do that the opposite way? Here we go. So, actually, yeah. Ooh. What if we started, like, a stream to here? Turn off, wait, hold on, turn off, fade in, do a small stream. Yeah, here we go, watch this. Hold on. If we go... Okay, here's my whole, like, idea. Let's do the assumption there's, like, mountains north of Millertown. Then I go a stream past it, like this, down to here. There we go. Ooh. Like so. That looks so good. And then we have a little meandering river source fade in. A slightly thinner one that's running past... do I want the fade in? Here? No, I think instead I'll turn off fade in, and I'll just have it run past Forest Town, out to the oceans. There you go. So now you can see we have this beautiful river running along our little area. We would have some kind of mountain up here that the river is forming at and flowing down. I know there is a very specific science to rivers. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. I don't know, map nerds are mad about it. That there is very specific, like, things that you can do with, what do you call it? With, like, rivers. Like the way rivers form. There are only certain methods. And then they obviously mock fantasy maps for having rivers just appear out of nowhere. Which I may be doing right now. But... it is still a lovely fucking tool, and just something I need to read up on a little bit more. Yeah, like how rivers split and flow. There's like some rule to it for like how they actually like split and flow and, you know, form or whatever. And obviously map makers will often get it wrong, but, you know, river nerds know. Anyway, we have a hill, we have a forest. Oh yeah, let's go in and do this real quick. I was gonna do this in the forest. Let's just go clean up the, they don't split, they come together. Yeah, I think it might be that. It's something like that. Again, it's something where I don't know well enough to say it, but I remember people being mad about it, kind of thing. Oh, that's right. I need to press spacebar to drag, right? Yeah, spacebar. Okay. Here we go. Clean it up a little around the road. Okay. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Alright. At this point, I think that's all pretty decent. Let's put down some forts so that we at least have some kind of like fort somewhere. We got castle, castle, castle. Inked castles. Ooh. How do those look? What the fuck? Why am I... why am I painting? Why am I not placing? This is interesting. Did I... Is it because... Hold on. That is an interesting bug. Huh. If I turn on spray brush in the other two categories, it applies it to this category, even though this category doesn't have a spray brush. How interesting. Alright. Let's do castle. What's the most appropriate for how our guys look? Honestly, the inked ones kind of look best for the... These look a little realistic for... Oh, that one looks okay, but it's fucking massive. Any smaller ones? That one might work. Let's do like a symbol of like 20. Yeah, here we go. Like that. No, that's actually fucking huge, because when it comes to like detailed map combat, this thing is going to be ginormous. I mean, the Miller's Town is already absurdly huge. This is Wonder Draft narrow. Let's try again. Yeah, that's more nice. Okay. So if I put that one there, and then I go back over here. Castle. Put this one over here. Okay, so now both towns have their castle. There, we've got multiple towns. Actually, you know what? I am going to reduce the size of this one a little bit. It is a little silly. Never mind. Override? Okay, good. Override. Oh, that's a bit too much. Override. That's more reasonable. That's less absurdly giant, although it's still kind of a massive giant. 2.5. There we go. That's more reasonable. Okay. What is this fucking music, by the way? Holy shit. Fucking... Give me something happy. What do we got? No. Fuck. Give me some good kid. Alright. Okay. Is there anything map-wise I need to add now? I mean, that river I could probably fix. Hold on. Let's just take this one. Oh, hello? Can I not? Interesting. Can I select river, please? Maybe I have to erase? Nope, that's brush. Hold on. Right. Oh, there we go. Oh, I have to erase the river. I see. Okay. Maybe make a castle a little bigger so they aren't dwarfed by the mill? No, because realistically they would be. This is, again, this is just like I'm just going for like a tower kind of thing here, not like a castle. But the mill would be fucking huge. The mill is often the biggest building in a small village. That next to the church, depending on what you had. Mills were decently big, obviously, because you had the whole windmill on the top and everything. But this is just be like a little tower kind of thing for the Lord. I'm also mainly concerned, I don't want them to be too tall, because you have to garrison these during combat, so they have to be physically capable of getting units onto them during warfare. If it's just super tall, that adds in some weird issues where it's like, well, can a unit up here attack the top of the tower? Obviously not, because it's meant to be vertical, but, you know, it's a map, so you can't really adjust that. So I want to be cautious about how tall I make things. But okay, let's put down the new river, shall we? No. Control Z. Good. Alright, looking pretty. Sure there's any like terrain features I haven't really touched on yet. We have farmlands, we have forests. Let me check the rules. Here we go. So, here we go. These are the rules. If we look around here, go to warfare. Hello. Okay, the kinds of terrain that we can encounter. Coast. Yeah, got that. Community. Yep, those little cities. Desert. I mean, yeah, but not relevant. We're not going to be in a desert anyway. Grassland. Yeah, we're good. Hill. Very nice. Island. Again, irrelevant. Mountain. None of these. Though, to be fair, when I design it, I probably will put, like, a mountain range in to split an area, but I'll probably put it in a specific spot. It probably won't be in, like, the main area. We'll see. There will be at least, like, a mountain pass or two to kind of, like, get people through. But, I mean, I kind of already have the hill for that in this one, and the map's too small for mountains, I think. So, plain, yep. Road is good, except that changes for us. Ruin, obviously not relevant yet, but that's something I would scatter around for the real map. And then wall. Alright, wait, hang on. If I recall rightly, I think the wall here literally refers to the actual wall, by the way. Like the Game of Thrones wall. Let me quickly check my Sword Chronicle and see if this mentions wall at all. So this is Sword Chronicle, by the way. I like the art on Sword Chronicle's front, by the way. This orc is just trying to enjoy his dinner while a dwarf is being very racist to him. But yes, a game of war and intrigue. You know, the funniest part is I didn't even know it was called that until I just scrolled down now and I called my game a fog of war and intrigue, but fuck you, alright? It's great. That's the name I'm going with. Alright, let me go check. Narrator, no. Here we go. Interestingly enough, this one still says wall cover +5. I just have the feeling that they were called in for this. Maybe they do mean a genuine wall. My problem is it can't be exact because if you look back at defense rules, which is back here, this is where you look at where you pick up your castles. If you look back at castles, oh, this is the temple one. Hold on. Here. So you can see that someone defending a tower only gets a +1. You have to get a full castle to get a +5 to your defense. And a superior castle gives you +10. So don't think it's gonna be a wall, right? Hold on. Let me Google this. Song wall. Let's see if I find anything. No. TT RPG. No, I can't seem to find anything here that mentions it. So, I don't know. I would err on the side of saying ignore that because it's kind of irrelevant. But like a dense forest gives you 5 cover as well. So maybe the wall is for like, you know, a city siege, but I mean that still gives specific. Maybe for like a city siege, yeah, as opposed to like a castle siege. If you were on the wall, this would be like the defense you get. I'm not 100% happy with how that works, but yeah, we'll go with it, sure. Alright. Hide these out. Okay, so with the trial map down, I can do a test run at some point, but I'm not going to do it today on stream. I want to do that at some point with Cavalo or whatever. Let's see. Oh my god, sorry, I just got sent another meme. God. Okay. So, we're done with that. Let me have a quick look at my to-do list. Let's see what I'm going to do next. Because I'm not going to lie, I am pretty peckish, so I might do a little bit more and then wrap up stream and go eat some lunch. I'm pretty glad I got the trial map down, so now I can, what do you call it? I can do a like a trial run of the actual game and its rules with a couple of my friends, and we can test that out further. But here's my like overall plan. Here we go. Okay, trial map. Oh right, trial detailed zones. That's what I've got to do. Thank God I wrote that down. Okay. Alright, let's do the detailed maps. So, here's what we're going to do. Detailed map. Now, we know that I think 4K is the... Oop, I closed my fucking... Closed my Twitch chat. Oh no. Oh no, you guys... What the fuck? Open them up. Oh, okay, what the fuck? Well, I can't... Hi, I'm sorry Twitch chat, you're gone, but I actually can't get you back. What the fuck is going on? Oh, I see why. Hold on, I understand. Give me a second. Sorry, chat. That was silly what just happened. Okay. Good. No, fuck. Hold on, okay. No, fuck. Oh my god.
You may wonder why.
Oh, this is hell. This is hell. Okay, I'm using 2 Google Chrome profiles right now, and this creates a bad situation. Computer does not like this. Oh my god! Fuck off everything. Fuck off. Hold on, I actually can't even read Twitch chat right now. This is so nice. All of that off. Okay. Now, there we go. God fucking damn it. Okay. Alright, I'm finally back. Holy shit. Okay. That was really annoying. I don't know why this is green now. I'm losing my fucking mind with Chrome. I'm trying to use profiles for Chrome so I don't, you know, accidentally dox myself while being live on stream. But Chrome does not want to work with this, apparently. Very unhappy with me. Okay, I got my fucking thing back up. All right, there we go. Jesus. My apologies. Fukama, thank you for the 37 months. This map is for the megagame building. If you type !explanation, it will include a little explanation for it, but it's for a fog of war and intrigue, which is the thing I'm working on. Okay, there we go. That's all back now. All right, good. Let's hope that this shit doesn't keep happening. Why does it fucking do that? Anyway. All right. Okay, we were doing the detailed map stuff. Let's get back to doing that. Holy shit. Hello, can I... Okay. Oh, right. Let's got this open. Okay. Detailed map. Right, now... If we go 10 times, if I select the area... There is a maximum, right? Height 812. There is indeed a maximum length I can go with the detailed map. But it seems to be very... Oh, wait, no, that's not even 10 times. That's 4 times. That's why. Ah, right. Okay, I see. Okay, so at a certain point, if I'm trying to make the detailed map too big, it can't actually 10 times it. Okay, so what's the limit of 10 timesing? Let's see. So that's close to it. We need to reduce the width a bit. 10 times... Okay, that's pretty good. So let's go... like this. That's still good. That's still good. Can I maybe do... this area? Okay, looks good. This entire area I can make into a battle area. So let's instead go like... That's pretty much spot on. Create. Come on. Whoa! The game was struggling with that one. Alright, let's zoom in, shall we? So this is 100% now. Now, as you'll notice, the roads are, of course, a bit squiggly. Not great. Let's fix those first, shall we? So my math to fix it is... increase to 65 instead of... Oh, no, you can increase to 60. Oh, that's definitely a problem. You go to 65. We can definitely calm down the roughness, I think. I don't even know if 64 or 65 is a good choice as well. Maybe we thin that out a bit. Yeah, maybe I go for more like a 40... You know what? Make notes on this. Here we go. Here we go. Detailed map. Let's go road size. Sorry, main road size, rather. Is going to be 45. Side road size equals 40. Okay, so let's try that. 45. Oh, and we're also going to say reduce roughness as well. So this way the road at least gets a little smoother. We'll say like 15. Good. Alright. Then we go 40. Oh, shit. My bad. Oh, my god, again. My bad. Okay, good. Get rid of some of the roughness. Can I actually... Ooh. I don't think I can... Yeah, no. I was hoping I could, like, tilt the road around. Maybe I do just redraw this. Maybe I just draw over the top of it, kind of thing. Like... Honestly, this is probably the best choice. It'll just make the roads look nicer. That I just redraw them. I mean, it doesn't take any time, really, either. Okay. That's interesting. That definitely doesn't feel like that. Hang on, was I just drawing this at... Oh, I was drawing it at width fucking 30. Okay, hold on. So if I get... Now I know about that. I'm just trying to figure out the sizing I do for this. I know about the other ones, don't worry. Okay, so roughness, width 40. Good. Let's try to here, here, up to here. Okay. Nope. Then we're gonna select you, put you up to 6. Wait, what are we doing? 2, 4, 5 rather. It is kind of sad that it gets rivers perfect, but it does not get paths. Alright, so that would be detailed map 1 for the battle map. So this is detailed enough that we could put our tokens on it and have a genuine like field battle and shit. You know, and the tokens, by the by, if I recall rightly, should take up... Wait, no. Should be... Oh god, this isn't... Oh, never mind, this is wrong because this isn't actually like detail. Anyway, the rough sizing, if I recall rightly, should be about that big for a unit. Which maybe the trees are a little big. Maybe I do need more trees. But I feel like it's fine to have these because they just they represent there being more of a forest there, rather than actually having to blanket it out with more trees, kind of thing. Yeah. So I do need to bring the scale over from the other one. I should do that quickly, actually. Let's save this as detail map trial 1. Good. And then we go detail map 2. Let's do the sizing. So what is the size? Ooh. What is the sizing for you? That is incorrect. No, okay, yeah. It's 50 meters. Good. So 50 meters per segment, 3 segments, 3 line width. Okay. Come on. Right. 50. Drop it to 3 segments. Unit label is meters. Create. Let's just put it over by the mouth of the river, I suppose. How's that looking? Okay, 1,500 meters. Alright, so if we looked at the measurement distance, right? Let's see. If we had, like... How big's the... Ooh, map scale. So the castle's about 150 meters across. Sweet. If we charged here, that's 160 for 1 turn. Like, 320. Okay. Maybe the scale's a little small, but... Yeah, maybe I do... Do I make it smaller scale? Oh, sorry, do I decrease... What do you call it? How big the scale is? I do wonder. Let's see. So, because right now, 1 hex can be crossed in... Nah, you know what? If there was a battle line, like right here... Let's see, hold on. If I go, like a battle line in line with this, if I go 160 meters north... Yeah, I think the distance should be fine. I did spend a lot of time umming and ahhing over this, but I think this is alright because it means that, you know, when you're actually in a field battle, once you're this close, this is like the CQB. This means like any enemy can like sprint into melee at this point kind of thing. So, I think the sizing should be fine. I'm a little worried about the If anything, like the kind of the terrain and shit being too big for the infantry. Maybe not the worst problem. Either way, I think we can say that this one is done. I would... Do I move the... Yeah, let's move the labels, shall we? There we go. So we just move them to, like, the side of the map kind of thing. Reset. Nice. Move the label to here. I mean, even that. Does it not just look nicer if I just do... Hold on. Fuck off all this. Fuck off. Does that not just look nicer? Yes, indeed, Nick. You've figured out the primary joke. Oh, I've also managed to reset this one already somehow on my own, so... I actually think... yeah, but I mean, yeah, it looks nicer, but if we end up moving units where the name is, we'll get so pissed off with it. Alright. Let's do it like this, then. Forest Town. Farm Town. Alright. Making the names tiny and over the center. That's just gonna make it more likely that we'll end up with a conflict. Because they're more likely to be fighting in the city center. That's the whole reason I've got it. It's just that it sucks that if I have a unit underneath this, that there's gonna be a big town name in the name, you know? Like if my soldiers are beneath this. That's my only real downside to this one. Because it does look nice with the curved text over top. But this is ultimately meant to be a battle map, so it's probably for the best. Alright. Half opacity? Nah. Because the opacity would be on the map, not on the units. It wouldn't be going over the top of the units. It just wouldn't look good. It would look like the units are just standing on text is the main thing. And I don't want that. Okay, back to scale map. Oh, back to scale map. Okay. We then go detailed map 2 times 10. Ooh, no. A little too wide. That's good. All right. 10 times. Excellent. Okay, create map. See, this is why it's fucking lovely. It's been 4 years. I miss the 2010s. Never thought I'd fucking say that. I miss the 2000s. I do kind of miss the 2010s, actually. But yeah. Fucking hell. Thank you, Freedom Smarter, for the 48 months, man. God. Let me make sure I haven't missed anyone real quick. While I was doing that fucking reset. Have I missed anyone? Nope. Okay, Freedom Smarter and Fukama. Alright, sweet. Thank you, guys. Alright, let's do some more path work. The 10s are greater if they tax us on most of them. Real. Alright. Reduce that to like 20 roughness. Yeah, that looks nice. So like 20-ish roughness, 45 width makes a pretty good main road. However, sometimes we run into issues like that. And the question becomes, do we just replace the road? And honestly, I think we do. Hold on. Yeah. We'll do width 4. A low roughness. Oh wait, it's not right. Width 40. My bad. Alright. Can I not just fucking... Come on. There you go, control Z. Good, alright. Okay, excellent. And then... Ooh, there. I could just kind of... No, it does look... Maybe I do this. Really wish I could compress these sizes, but I can only do width, unfortunately. Oh, perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Edit points. Yes. Oh my god, that's amazing. All right, that fixes all my problems with roads. Holy. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Actually, fucking beautiful. Oh god. There you go, Sparta. Yeah, it's for a mega game. Game of Thrones style thingy. Alright. Miller's Town. Elegee. Good. Miller's Town. Alright, so this, not missing anything. Nope, castle is good. Civilians are good. I might move that symbol a little because it's kind of annoying me. Hold on. This one is going to get a little bit shifted because it was annoying me. Yeah, I'll just put it like to here. Ooh, good song. Shift this one a teeny bit. Alright. So now we save this as... Save as detail trial 2. So now what we have is, let's say we're in scale map. We go for a march down the road, and let's say as the GM, I discover, hey, there's going to be 2 enemies meeting on the forest road, and they're going to have a fight. I would probably grab that second detailed map, and then we'd have a fight in the forest. Versus, if it was a fight over by the river at Farmtown, I would use the first detailed map. You're never going to be in a situation where... No, it will be Game of Thrones, Wolf of the West. Like the setting that I'll be running the actual event in will be Game of Thrones. Just kind of our own little, like, area of it. We won't... I'm saying that in the sense of, like, we're not going to be toppling the Iron Throne. We're not going to be, like, dealing with fucking Cersei Lannister. We're going to be dealing with our level of shit-tier noble. And, you know, our own petty squabbles. Anyway. But yeah, I'm going to have a bunch of pre-prepared battle maps, basically, of every possible potential battle zone, so that when we actually go into a battle in Foundry, I can just put the battle map in, there's the battle, let's go. You know, I drop the units in, there's the map, let's play. So that is the goal. So let's mark that down. That is another one off the checklist. War. Yes, CV, war. Look at this, right? See how I got this lovely map, CV? I can then press the button and then go... And now... Wait. And now I'm zoomed in. And now this is a battle map. It's my Total War map mode. So this is unit scale where the units can get deployed on. G'day, Cat Pirate. How you doing, mate? Oh, I haven't shown you this yet, CV, actually. I'll show you this just because you're here. Let me make sure my Discord is hidden again before I fucking nuke anything. Alright, here we go. So I also have a Discord bot already functional. And this is a big part of the game. Discord's obviously going to be a big part of it. But for example, you can say change your location with the Discord bot. Okay, I'm in location 1. Cool. And then I will go send a Raven message. Animal handling is 3. Charm is 1. Raven upgrade is false. The message is... You are stinky. Message location is going to go to location 1. I think it's the location I'm at. Yep, cool. Message receiver is going to be Remy. And then I could send this, and then as GM, I'm going to get a little Ooh, wait, did I fuck it up? Oh, fuck, I sent... Sorry. Can't send to the same location I'm at. My bad. I always do this. Let's just do... Hold on. Let's just do location 2. There we go. Let me save that. I'm gonna... Okay. Close these out. All right, there we go. Oop. Whoops. Message receiver. Rimmy. There we go. All right, sweet. So the GM message button is down here. As you can see, 16 seconds. I'm actually going to allow this immediately. I can allow or deny, but I'm going to allow it immediately to show this. 1 degree of success, 16 seconds waiting. The distance was 20 minutes. That was from, you know, who's it's from, who's it's to. That's the message. And wait. Wait. 16 seconds. Come on. Come on. Man, 16 seconds is a long time to wait when you're just staring at it. Please work. If you break, I'm gonna cry in front of the entire chat. You know this. Yes! There we go. Alright. So now, messages to Rimmy. If I check this, boop. You receive a raven with a message. You are stinky. There you go. So there's an entire chat-delayed messaging system. Time-delayed messaging system, rather. Where we can send out ravens and riders and messages and whatnot. But they take real time to arrive. So it will be very fun. A big part of the game is the lack of knowledge and trying to figure out what's going on outside of your immediate location. But yeah, that's quite a fun one. So that's the Discord bot. We then have, of course, the main map, and I have Foundry macros as well. I wouldn't call it a bot, obviously. Can this fail? Oh, yes. Actually, in fact, let me show you that. Let me go... over to here. I'm going to go Animal Handling 1. Charm 0. Go. Here you go. Auto fail. So as a GM, I don't have the option to approve this because I know it's a failure. But I can do you one better. Come on. Critical failure. There you go. I did actually change that from 0 to -1 and that to -2. But anyway... critical failure. So there can be failures and critical failures, just as there can be different degrees of success. So if it was a failure, I simply would not have the message arrive. But if it was a critical failure, I would then do something like your raven landed at the wrong tower, or your raven landed at the tower, but someone was there first and intercepted the message and took it off first, and, you know, it went to someone. The point is, I would give it to someone else, or I would... do something else with it. You know, critical failures are for the funsies. But for the most part, it'll just be... Because here's the thing is, the players won't know. The players don't get to see this. The players have no idea whether it passed or it failed. And if it passed, how long is it going to take to get there? Both of those, they can have estimated, like, rough guesses. They can certainly guess. Doesn't mean they're going to be right. You know, it might arrive very quickly. It might arrive very slowly. As you can see, if we look up at here. Now, obviously, this isn't, you know, set in stone confirmed. But this one has a delivery time of 14 with 2 degrees of success. And this one has 1 degree of success with a delivery time of 16. One of the reasons for this is that the locations have a virtualized distance between them. So if you are sending a message from across the map, if you're sending a message from Farm Town all the way over to, say, like, Old Town... Oh, wait, I just realized the map isn't even showing, my bad. Doop. All the way over to here, it will take much longer to get there. So it'll take an extra minute per kilometer to get there. So it's still much faster than any other option you have, but local communication will always be quicker than sending a Raven across the map. It'll just take longer. Like, no matter how good your roll is, it will take longer because of the pure distance. Yes, Wolf. Actually, that is exactly something I've already thought and planned for. So this is also a 2 generals problem. Someone mentioned that earlier. I quite like that. I like that a lot. Someone mentioned that. If you don't know what that means, the 2 generals problem is basically the problem of what happens when you send a message. How do you know that the person you sent the message to got the message? If you say the answer is, well, they send a message to you, okay. How do you know that you got that message. How do they confirm that you got their confirmation? Do you send a confirmation? But how do you confirm that you got the confirmation of their confirmation? Well, they're going to have to send you a confirmation. And now you got the two generals problem. There is no way to kind of, you know, send messages back and forth in such a way that is not going to result in having to then clarify, did you actually get this information? And so there are solutions in actual programming. And again, this is a programming question. It's not a general's question. It's not like a real question. But it's one of those programming questions that's put into real language because it can kind of relate that way. And so, yeah, for coding, there's a bunch of solutions. That being mostly tokens is the main one. But for a person, for a general, let's say, who is generally actually like genuinely trying to get a message to someone, and that you're trying to, like, you know, let's say organize, we link up at this town and then we attack that castle together, let's say, right? Well, if you send just one raven, the odds of it critically failing and getting lost is pretty low. But, and again, it's low that you just fail. Like, you know, the odds failing aren't very high, you know, especially depending on the skill, because this is a skill-based test. But there is still the chance that your letter fails to reach your liege, you know? So that's going to be a problem there. It's like, you know, okay, so do I either send multiple messages, making sure that my liege definitely gets at least one of them, but that increases the odds of one of them falling into the wrong hands? Or do I just send one and hope? Who knows? One thing as well is you can send ravens and riders, and that's why I have the approve deny system for the GM. So if the rider that you're sending is just going to go through enemy troops, he just gets captured. He's not going to, like, if you don't know those enemy troops are there, you know, he's not going to sneak around them or anything. He'll just get caught. So, you know, there's a lot of risks in many, in kind of any option for talking. One such option, if you absolutely cannot trust whatever you're saying to a raven, you could send a noble to carry the message instead, which is exactly kind of like the third option of, instead of trying to coordinate via messages, sometimes you're going to have to end up in person together. You're going to have to send out a spy to actually look at the enemy stuff, to report on the things, to discuss a plan with someone face to face, you know? It could be fun. That's a very core part of the game. A whole lot of the design is built around encouraging conflict by lack of information. Encouraging conflict by not knowing what's going on, encouraging conflict by being uncertain of the exact locations of enemy troops, what their intentions are, what they're planning to do, you know, who's actually leading them, what makes up those forces, are they good, are they, you know, just green peasants, who are they, you know? A lot of the stuff. Can you fake intel by sending a fake message in a disguised courier? So there is already intel units for fake flags, and yes, like I just said, with the ravens, when you get a raven message, it just says you received a raven that says this. Doesn't say who you got a raven from. You can write a fake name if you want. You can absolutely write a fake message. You can write a fake message and say, yep, my name is Sir Harold Harbinger or whatever. The only thing I would probably do there is forgery is a skill in this game, obviously. So in the event of someone attempting to forge a letter, I would make them do a forgery roll. I then wouldn't tell them the result, of course. That's the whole, you know, lovely idea. And then for the other guy, I would secretly roll their awareness before I release the message. This is the whole reason I have the DM review system for the messages, so I can go like, ooh, I gotta do like a DM thing with that message first before I send it through. So in this case, I would do a forgery and then an awareness check to see if A, the forgery is good, and B, if he is fooled by the forgery. He would still get the letter, but I would just say, you got a letter, it's an obvious forgery. You can clearly tell that the signature at the bottom is not your liege lord's, right? But If your character was good at forgery, which again, I expect to be a cool, like, you know, thing that you can do in this game, that could work. You could very well send a letter to someone that says, like, hey man, move to this location. And then they get another letter from their lord that says, hey, move to a different location. And then they're like, well, what the fuck do I do? It'd be great. Exactly, Swatter, yeah. So yeah, the game is built around intrigue and plotting. It is meant to be mostly, when I say it is mostly, when I said like LARPing and role-playing, it is mostly going to be voice face-to-face, not actually faces, obviously. It doesn't, we don't need webcams. I mean, people can if they want, but I'm not fussed. You know, face-to-face in the sense of a map. It's all more about the thinking and the planning and the paranoia and the intrigue and the what are you doing, what do you want, what is your desire, you know, what do you want out of this situation? What is your house trying to get, kind of thing. That's what it's so much more about, rather than a standard role-playing game. This is the one thing I've got to like beat into the players when we start it. This is not a standard role-playing game. I'm not going to stand here and feed you hints of like, you know, like, oh, and then the adventurers go to the tavern, and Lord Hemonsworth stumbles in, and I'm not going to be doing that stuff for the most part. And for very specific rare parts, I'll have, you know, there'll be a couple GM characters, of course there will be, you know. But the majority of the story and plot and ideas and everything that's going on will be what the players are doing. Which does mean, of course, that I must set them up for them to have that, which is why I will, once we do, like, you know, once we build the, what do you call it? The houses, I will be personally, you know, tying them together with claims and marriages and, you know, ancestral grudges and, you know, things that, you know, like, for one of the things that happens with the houses, when you're generating them, you roll for what happened to the house, so what events occurred, and that's a really good way to tie in the other local houses. So it's like, you suffered a defeat, and that obviously causes your house to suffer some negative penalties, yada yada, and so that could be a, sorry, Val, thank you for the 60 bits for gigantifying an emote. Sorry, I forgot that actually costs money. Thank you for the donation. God, yeah, no, so, yeah, that would be, kind of all set up beforehand, so that players at least have, like, motivations to fuck with each other, but I won't be there as the GM constantly telling everyone, like, ooh, now we move into the Ironborn invasion or whatever. No, this will be mostly focused on what the players are doing. So, I mean, obviously that could end up being very boring, but I mean, that's why I've got to recruit very fun players, you know? I've got to get guys who don't suck at role-playing. I've got to get ladies who will willingly betray their friends for a laugh, which means, I mean, that's just most of the ladies I know. So, hi, CV, how you doing? It's going to be, I think, a very fun event. It is going to be large scale. The first one I run of this will be a trial event, will be a small scale one shot to see if it works past the initial trials, past like the private, you know, like just me and like two guys kind of testing them out trials. But I would love to do this as a campaign. That's something I've thought about as well for the campaigning. Because it's going to be really hard to have people come back into the, like, let's say I have, like, 30 players. We are not going to get 30 players every time that we are playing this, right? Like, the same 30 players. Instead, I'm going to lean on the whole, like, you're a house, not a character thing there. And that means that at least as long as some of the representatives of the house are present, then the house can still be active in that, you know, in that event. I would probably bring it down to something like a 4-hour, you know, play session, maybe like once a month, twice a month kind of thing, ideally for the campaign. But again, when I first start this, it will just be an event, and it will be like an 8 turns, probably like a 6-hour event, one big one shot, and then we wrap it up at the end kind of thing. I do think that's how I'll go about it. Thank you very much for the... Oh, sorry. I was going to thank Yogscast for the raid. My bad. That's a shout-out. My bad. Hi, Yogscast. That's an automated shout-out, I think, as well. I think it just shouts me out every hour. Hi, Yogscast. Anyway. But yeah, no. I think we have done the battle maps. We have done the trial map. Those are both done. The GM something can only do it later. Pictures. Ah, okay. Let's do a quick bit of picture, image editing. Here we go. Oh, actually, I gotta show you guys something. I was looking for various options for like what are we gonna do for coat of arms, right? You know, how do we generate those? I've got to say, if you want to generate coat of arms, you are drowning in options. There are so many coats of arms available, like coat of arm websites. Here's one I've got. This is the one one of the many I'm using, actually. How do I do display capture? Here we go. This one. This is Armoria, which is super fucking nice. It produces some really cool ones. But there's some other ones as well that let you do some very detailed stuff as well. But I like this just because Armoria is amazing for like... Fuck it, alright, cool, that works, you know? I don't need to custom design a fucking coat of arms every single time. Sometimes it's just really good to have one made for you. And the ones that actually appear in the Chrome Capture? Yeah, Chrome Capture? Ooh. What the hell? What the hell? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're fixing it. There we go. The ones in the Chrome Capture here, as you can see, are all from Armoria. Actually, no, one of them's Badger's not. I just made Badger for fun. But Hambrandt and Smith are from Armoria. And I think they look really nice, actually. This is one thing I will be doing as well. As some people did note when I said the ADHD defense page, I'm going to be putting a lot of pictures into this rulebook. The main thing is I want to avoid just walls and walls and walls and walls of text because I don't think my players are going to read it if I do that. And so this ADHD defense page is here to be like, go here if you want to learn about the game. Go here if you want to make a character. Go here if you want to make a house creation, you know, and it'll be all like kind of kept in one, each section. And they're all, house creation and character creation are automated as well via, what do you call it, via Foundry. Is House Badger a House of Hedge Knights? I don't know, but it's a great fucking idea for it. I love that. They've got Dan Smithson, Sir Carl Badger, and Lady Patricia Badger. There we are. Which is nice and fun. Anyway, I think we want to do the footer right now, which is what I was setting up to do. Alright, hold on. Is this the bottom one? No, this is the bottom one. Okay, sweet. Alright, let me pull up my Photoshop. Actually, I think I'll add, you know, if I duplicate, copy, duplicate, rename into PS capture. Good. Alright. Hey, Photoshop. Lovely to see it. Alright. So, let's do... Do you want to just display the whole lot? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I'll hide like that. Like that works, does it? I don't remember this part of the song, I'll be honest. Does that work? Ah, fuck it. You know, we'll just fit it in like this. Oh, actually, yeah, this way at least people can watch me work. There you go, good. All right, you can see everything at least. All right, so we are going to quickly clean this up using some simple little tricks. This song fell off pretty quick. Yeah, no. This song really good right up to here, and then it hits this part. Who's on the Vuvuzela? Ugh. Oh, this is the Tasty release, I think. I think this is a... I think this might be a remix. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, give me something else. Good song. Okay. Let's do stamping. So here's what we want to do. We want to go a new layer on top. And we're going to just stamp over what was written here. go. Just like that. Would you look at that? It was like it was never there. I fucking love Photoshop, man. Who needs AI? He says, who uses GitHub Copilot? Ooh, that's pretty good. There goes the page number. Nice. Now, let's go. Photoshop was full of AI tools. Now, actually, it's been full of AI tools for a very long time. And specifically, one of my main complaints against anti-AI people when it first kicked off, like when people were first like, oh, I got AI, right? And look, people still don't get this, right? But Photoshop filters were probably some of the first actual AI that people ever actually got to use. A lot of, like Photoshop, pretty much, a lot of Photoshop filters are AI. And machine learning and like, you know, fucking predictive algorithms, the whole thing, that is a lot of the Photoshop filters. And has been since like 2016, 2015, from a long time ago. Well before anyone fucking was using DALL-E or anything. It was just filters, right? And so I get, and I do think people are a lot more correct when they say generative AI, at least then you're being correct. Gen AI means specifically ChatGPT, you know, AI fucking generation, you know, things like fucking, what do you call it? Grok, you know, that kind of stuff. If someone's like, hey, I don't like using Gen AI, cool, makes sense, great. If someone goes, using any AI is bad, I go, you're just a Luddite. You're just silly. You're being stupid. You use AI in places you wouldn't even think you're using AI, but it's probably not called that. You know, it's probably not, because not everything needs ChatGPT to run in the background. Not everything needs an LLM. Some AI doesn't need that. But anyway, there are machine learning. Yeah, machine learning is fucking fascinating. Machine learning is... Simon Clark, actually, of the Yogscast, did some great videos on machine learning where he showed how, as like a fucking nobody, he could teach race cars to get better at racing by machine learning. Not by teaching them to race better, but by letting them race over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and they learned how to race better. And that made for a really interesting video. Really, really good video. I'd highly recommend that. He's got some real bangers. Anyway, so a fog of war and intrigue. Maybe we don't go bold. Maybe we go book. Good. Decrease the size a little bit. Okay, now we save this. Okay. Is the map for a TTRPG campaign? Why did you type !explanation? There you go. It's for a mega game. We're gonna call this footer. There we go, footer 1. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I'll just minimize this for now, actually. And then let's pull back open the Chrome capture. Hello. Now we have to... Now, I hate dealing with footers in this shit. It's so fucking annoying. But... Also, what is this song? Hello. Something else. Good. Ooh. Okay, the one is still there. Good. Alright. Put the footer in instead. Oh. Okay, we already have issues. Yeeks. Okay. I think behind text. Alright. This is, again, this is the most annoying part to adjust, has been the fucking footer. Ooh. Okay. Do I maybe bring... Hold on. Is it seriously as thick as I can get it? No, I thicken it normally. I guess I just... Yeah, I guess I just dragged that one, didn't I? Am I going insane, or is the footer way fucking bigger? It does feel like the footer is huge compared to the header. Am I going insane or am I correct on this one? It feels like it's way fucking... Oh, okay, no, maybe... Is that? Oh, that's part of header, right? Yeah, it is. Oh, okay, so that's why it feels smaller. Okay. So maybe I just leave a bit of... Maybe I leave one line of gap in the top. So we go like this. We must make haste. It's not... Okay, hold on. We can make this better. Let's redo the... Back to Photoshop. Hold on. Back to Photoshop. Let's fatten this in Photoshop. So we're gonna go height. Go up 105. Okay, now these two. I'm gonna go to 105. Let's maybe go to... Let's just do 100, shall we? So... Canvas, we'll go 100. Alright, increase the size of this a little. But at least now it doesn't look like super stretched. Ah, fuck! Okay, thank God Control-Z works on that one. I just pressed the button that resets everything you did to it. Alright. We'll do footer 2. Okay. So now, I'll get rid of footer 1, replace with footer 2. Okay, that's already strange. Okay. Alright. Okay, I think that, if I now type. So that's the bottom of the page. I think that looks pretty good. A big part of making this book look professional is encouraging the players to play it. If I just handed the players a text document, no one would ever read it. So a lot of effort has been put into making this look like an actual PDF. An actual rulebook, you know. I really wish I could lower... Does anyone know if there's a way to lower where the number sits, the page number? Yeah, because I've tried this before. See, that doesn't work. Or does it? Can I then adjust this, maybe? Oh, no. No, I cannot. Yeah, it seems that putting it down is not an option. It's Google Docs, not slides. Yeah. Maybe if I went... Hold on. Maybe if I, like, put this to that instead. Well, that kind of works, actually. Hold on. Ooh. Okay, if I move the footer a little closer to the bottom. Let me try that again. I'll make it a flat 1 centimeter from the bottom. Then we increase, let's make it medieval sharp. Actually, no, that looks ugly. Let's make it Garamond bold. Garamond extra bold. Oh, it's not actually modifying it, that's why. Yeah, I think that's actually alright. I think it's in the top bar. I don't recall where it is, though. Like... bullets, no. Tools, maybe? Insert. Page... Ah, page elements. Ah, page numbers. Ah! Ah, here we go. More options. Okay, not nearly as many options as I thought. Yeah, never mind. Okay, no, that was the area, but it does not actually really help us, unfortunately. Maybe this one? Yeah, page numbers. No, it just gives us this. Okay, so it doesn't really let us, like, edit where the page numbers actually are. Okay, that's fine, though. Instead, make them decently big, like a 28 size. Fuck! This is a real problem, actually. Hold on. What if I just did 0? What does that end up in? No, shit. I can't believe this is the fucking hardest part of the fucking stream yet, is setting up the footer. Okay, I definitely need a little bit more. Okay, I need at least like a half a centimeter, I think. Hold on. 0.5. Okay. Alright, I think that looks good, yeah? Ah! I didn't copy it for every other page. God damn it. Oh, man. Oh, wait, hold on. I remember to fix this. Oh, that's how I fix it. Except it didn't fix. Oh, killing myself. Wait, is that because... Oh, that's because that... Wait, hold on. Okay, I can fix this. Okay, hold on. Footer. Okay, apply to whole document. Done. Okay. Now, link to previous. Now, why are these all doing this? This is not desirable. What is going on here? Okay, what? No, 0.5. Whole document. 0.5. Go. Okay, okay, that's fixed it. Yes. 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 Good. Okay, alright, sweet. So we now have proper page numbers, we have a bottom as well. Up, Sword Chronicle top part's just disappeared, I've noticed. God fucking damn it. Okay, header format. Okay, check again. Right, now there we go. Okay. Sword Chronicle, Fog of War and Intrigue. Sword Chronicle, Fog of War and Intrigue. Excellent. The good news is that, I mean, if I, you know, when I finish this, I can just release it because it'll already be a book. It'll just be readable. Okay. Alright. Well, that looks a lot nicer now. I'm a big fan of how that actually appears. I will make sure I haven't messed up any of the things. I think I have. I have indeed. That's okay. Alright, we're good. Main wrap rules here. Alright, sweet. Alright, so they're done. Let's cross that off the list. Okay. So, trial map's done, trial battle zone is done, replace the footer is done, add pictures. Ooh, you know what? Let's get a screenshot of this thing. Here we go. Will the mega event be open to Cadians? I'm not sure yet. It's not going to be open to Cadians in the event that the Cadians are playing. It would be Cadians can apply to get in, kind of thing. The biggest thing is that for this to work, I have to trust that everyone involved is both a decent, maybe not even decent, just a willing role player. That's number one. If people don't want to role play, or if people just aren't any good, or you know, not any good at getting into role playing and that kind of stuff, they're not someone I want. And the other one is I need them to be. I need to trust them because of a lot of this is, you know, honor rules and, you know, don't cheat and yada yada yada. And obviously, as the GM, I can kind of see this in management, but the last thing I would want is to have to kind of, like, you know, actually, like, you know, keep an eye on everyone and make sure everyone's playing along and doing the right thing. So I want people I implicitly trust as well. One major thing to be kind of I wouldn't say concerned. I don't know, like, I guess probably the biggest challenge I will face is that there are a lot of RPG players who are just incredibly attached. You know, I personally, all of my RPGs, all of my tabletop games, all of them are very high lethality. People die. If you make mistakes, if an orc catches you out, if a fucking random security guard catches you in the back with a bullet, you die. Like, that's what makes the games fun to me. I find... well, that's right, rather. There is a whole separate type of player, though, where dying to, like, a non-boss enemy, and even then dying to a boss, is considered abhorrent, illegal, even. I see GM advice given out that's like, remember, all of the mobs in a dungeon are just there to drain resources before your guys get to the boss. And I said, the fuck they aren't? That's boring as hell. Oh my god, drain resources? No, they're there for a challenge. Ugh. So, my biggest fear is that I will have players signing up for the Game of Thrones game, and then when I tell them, excuse me, you've been poisoned and you're dying horrifically because you spent the last 5 turns, you know, bad-mouthing Lannisters to your face, and then they just die, as will be able to happen. You will be able to get assassinated in this. You will be able to get just killed. You will die in combat if your unit that you're leading gets destroyed, takes too much damage, that kind of thing. So my fear is that I'm gonna have crying people about that. I personally like to have a character art and a character millimeter. To each their own. I think that D&D is not an interesting game if there is no risk. The risk, the challenge, the risk, every clever play... Here's my biggest problem with it. What do people love doing about D&D? People love going around and going like, listen to my story. So me and my guys, we were told to go into this dungeon, and there were these cultists in the dungeon. And we were trying to figure out what we were going to do, but there were a lot of heavily armed cultists. And, you know, and then they start telling the story of how they defeated the cultists. And then I go, wow, that's interesting. You used a clever trick to defeat the cultists? Then my next question is, hey, when was the last time someone died in your campaign? And they go, oh, like 4 years ago. We had one guy die, but we revived him. We saved a bunch of money, we revived him. And so we're still playing the same characters. That's so boring to me. Not only is it like we're still playing the same characters after that long, really? But more than that, it shows me that your cleverness wasn't actually rewarded, right? See, one of my games, if you fucking walk into some enemy base and you're not prepared, the enemies will probably fucking kill you. They'll probably have their own traps that they'll use against you. So the reward for, wait a second, if we trap this cult down in its little dungeon, and then we go and we ask this, you know, steward of the city that we're friends with, if we can just, you know, divert the city's canal for a little bit, and then we divert the canal into the entrance of their basement, and then we flood them all out, and we drown them all without having to go down there. That is the kind of gameplay I love. Because then your players are thinking not just, okay, we're gonna go kill the cultists, let's go kill the cultists. They're thinking, we're gonna go kill the cultists. If we go face to face, good odds one of us just dies, right? Just mathematically, some of us are gonna get stabbed to death, right? So what if we bring in the guard, we cause a distraction, we ambush them while they're outside of the building, we flood the building, anything like that. Those plans are great, but those plans are only needed and only encouraged if just going in the front door doesn't work. If going in the front door works, why wouldn't you just go in the front door? Just kick the door in, stab them all to death. They're fucking level 2 goons, they're no threat to you, and then you fight the boss. Cool. And I imagine the same kind of DM that runs that kind of dungeon would probably be very unhappy with you if you flooded his entire dungeon, you know? So I sit on the side of, I prefer lethality, because lethality makes these stories of survival actually relevant. A story of desperately surviving a burning house and making it out just in time doesn't work if I know that your GM always lets you live. Because then I know if you failed your athletics roll to jump out of the burning window, the DM would just go like, oh, you take some damage instead, but then you fall out anyway. You know, because he doesn't want you to burn to death in a house, right? But I do. So that is my big fear, is that players will come in with expectations that this is a certain type of game, and I am going to have to beat those expectations out of them and remind them this is more of a Kriegspiel LARP kind of thing. That's more about the houses and the politics of the nation rather than any one man, any one woman. That is not what the story is about. That's why I do say the players are houses, not characters. I actually specifically have a line about this. If I look... What matters is your house's legacy, not the life of any one member. So that is the idea, is that we are trying to have the, what do you call it? Have this far more lethal game based around the players fighting each other. Find the interest in D&D to be discovering the joint story. I mean, I hate character death. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, dude. I'm polar opposite to you. We probably would not want to play in a game together. I probably would find any game you enjoy disgustingly boring. Put it this way. For me, my judgment of a game, if I walk into the king's fucking court and I pull down my pants and I start slapping my ass and I go, fuck you, king! And then the GM goes, the king laughs it off, or the king is perturbed, or whatever, you know. If the king doesn't immediately execute me, I don't think your game is interesting. I think your game is a boring fucking, like, whoa, whatever story. I think consequences are what makes the story. Restrictions and limitations are what encourages creative storytelling, past the old, this is just 4 fucking DeviantArt characters, you know? I don't know. That's kind of my thing of, like, the definition, the way to decide what kind of level of campaign you're playing. It's like, if you did that in front of the king who was trying to give you a quest or some shit, what would the reaction be? And in a silly, you know, happy, fun game, the king might just laugh it off and go, whatever, that was a funny joke, tee-hee, ha-ha-ha. But then in a serious game, you've just gravely offended the king, right? And that should have consequences. I kind of hate... This is one of my personal opinions. Look, I get it because I like riffing, I like making jokes and bits, but one of the things I hate is when the players will make jokes in character, but then go, no, wait, I didn't actually want to say that joke. I'm like, because then we end up with these situations where, like, half the roleplay we're having gets like, veto the roleplay we just did, because it was just a joke, you know, it was just a bit. Sure, it was funny, but it sucks to keep doing that and, like, constantly go like, that was a bit, reset. Because then you're like, when isn't a bit? When are you just misspeaking in front of an important person, which is something that people do. People misspeak. And that is, like, fucking... God, that's like the central plot of, like, so many movies, is someone misunderstood something or misinterpreted or offended something or didn't correctly say. Like, that's every rom-com ever, you know. So, I don't know. I sit on the side of... I play pretty lethal games. I think my big fear is that people will come into this expecting a D&D experience, when they should be expecting a Game of Thrones experience. I obviously played Only War as well. Only War is the Imperial Guardsman RPG, basically, where you play as the Imperial Guard, and you die quite often in that, and we had some of the best roleplay from that. I don't think a character living longer equals better roleplaying. I think better roleplayers equal better roleplaying. And I think some characters that have lived forever is... Not only some of them, I mean, okay, a lot of them are just going to be self-inserts, which is whatever. I mean, yeah, a bit boring. It's basically just me as an elf or whatever, you know? But more than that, not even the self-inserts, it's the archetypes that that players lock themselves into. Maybe not even necessarily, like, equipment, you know, spell class archetypes, just role-playing archetypes. One of the biggest things for us when we were in high school, one of our mates, and to be fair, he is, you know, the shortest of us, he is the dwarf man. He's got a big, bushy fucking beard, big, big fucking dwarven beard, and he's got the lovely hair and everything. He looks like a dwarf. So, unsurprisingly, man plays just dwarf. Our best roleplay we got out of him was making him not play a dwarf. Every game, doesn't matter what it was dwarf, or it was rattling, or a squat, or the equivalent therein. He played the dwarf, race, and he played a good dwarf, sure, but he played a far better elf when he finally tried an elf. He played a far better lady when he tried to, played a female. It's so much more interesting to see the role-playing skills of someone put out of their comfort zone. And MSL, so to say that, first of all, I don't think necessarily that, I don't think investing is I think the investment should be more in the overall story you're telling, not necessarily in each individual character. And also, I can be invested in a character that dies. I've read Gaunt's Ghosts. And yeah, indeed, Unbeat Heart. That's what makes those characters that survive such legends. We had one in our original D&D campaign called Draxon, who was a kobold. And he survived for so fucking long, that when he finally died, by the way, to a lance, he got fucking skewered on a lance. When he finally dies, the entire party goes like, it's not the same without the man who has survived most of the game. So the broke-ass bitches of the party pulled together and actually got a revive. That was the only revive in that campaign. And they pulled him back to life. But he was the one that lived for absurd... He outlived every other character 2 times over. But yeah, no, for the investment stuff. So the whole reason I say to push people out of their comfort zone is to get better roleplay, because people otherwise will fall back on saying the same roleplaying the same character types. I'm the squad leader. I'm the group. I'm group leader. I'm the mage smart one. I'm the sarcastic silly one. I'm the weird fucking goblin that just does weird shit in the corner. Those are all various stereotypes, but people end up kind of falling into them and sticking in them, and then their next character is just kind of a variant of that same thing, and that is a big downside to me. So one of the things I like doing for Only War, you're meant to pick a personality trait, but there is a big table of personality traits I have, and I had characters roll on it instead. So you said roll for a personality trait, yes indeed, because what that resulted in was, it wasn't like this was their entire personality. It was just a trait that they had to have. So, for example, we have some people who were cynics. We had some people who were, pyromaniacs, yada yada, that kind of thing. But one of the best ones we had, and this is the one that will always stand out to me, was coward. And this is really good for Only War because characters are dying and coming back constantly. So having a way to differentiate them immediately upon role-playing them is super important. And coward was given to our brave female sergeant, who was otherwise the perfect, soldier. She was straight A's, a great commander, loved by the staff, yada, yada, yada. She was great. But also she was a coward. In truth, we just rolled Caiaphas Cain. That's exactly who we rolled. And much like Caiaphas Cain, she was a brilliant character, probably the best one that player has ever played, right? The entire time she was trying to publicly lead the squad, tell them what to do, give orders, and then the moment she was alone, she was breaking down in tears, not sure what to do, panicking, shutting down, that kind of thing, trying to adjust, trying to hide that from the rest of the group. Super fucking good. And that means that when time comes for things, push comes to shove and the coward has to act a hero, now it's actually relevant. It's no longer just a character who was already a hero acting a hero. It was a character who this entire time has been betrayed as a coward and a pussy and has been backing out of everything and has been letting other people take her fights. And finally, she's got to take the fight in front of everyone, and she has to put her neck on the line and be a hero. That is so much more powerful than her just already being a hero and already willing to sacrifice herself for her team, That was the character growth, was just simply giving her a random trait and watching how this character that she already had incorporated this trait and ran with it. And that, to me, was the quickest, fastest way to kind of generate, you know, if you're a brand new character with no other idea of what's going on. Like, I've got my class, I've got my stats, and then I have one personality trait that I have to work in. Perfect. We had characters that appeared in one session, and by the end of the session, we were like, yeah, we get you. We understand your character type. We understand, like, you know, what you're going for. Some of it, a lot of characters, this is a big thing as well. You don't have to pre-decide. You can just make it up on the fly. You can just, like, be like, oh, hey, do you want to say that me and you went to the same training academy? Sure. Hey, man, how you doing? You can just make that shit up. It's role-playing. You can do whatever you want. You know, you don't have to have everything set in stone on the moment you make the character. I don't. I will write down a couple lines when I make my first character. I'll write a couple lines. This guy does this. His family's like this. He likes this kind of stuff. And if during the game something comes up that contradicts what I just wrote, I change it. I just change my backstory and I go, yep, I'm this guy instead, you know, like, because that works better with the story, or because I think that was way more interesting, or, you know, something else came up, or I decided to combine my character with some other person's character. Maybe my backstories intercede at some point, but you gotta leave the room to improvise for that. There's nothing wrong with improvising about a new character. We don't know anything about them yet. It'd be weird if you kept doing it after, like, the 10th session, but at this point, it's a brand new character. We even had one time where one poor girl, it was Hannah, she managed to lose. She died horrifically to a flamethrower in a Valkyrie, if I recall rightly. Got her character, made a new character, got back in, played for 2 more hours, died again, and then had to make a 3rd character in all in one session. That was probably the bloodiest session, but to be fair, again, like I said, it all kind of comes down on the party. Like, every time someone's died, it has either been just bad, pure luck, you know, just rough luck, or far more likely, it was a poor decision somewhere along the way. Like, at some point, something was a bad choice, and that led to these players getting killed. And again, if it was like, had these players taken a different approach and bypassed the enemies, or disabled them with some other method, they would end up with, without any dead among them. And that, of course, encourages that kind of behavior. A lot of old RPGs are this way as well. Stars Without Number does not reward you XP for killing enemies. It rewards you XP for completing tasks. So, if you can complete your task without killing an enemy, you get the same reward. If you have to fight an enemy, that's just danger. That's just pure danger without any intrinsic gain. The problem is something like D&D is full of intrinsic gain for danger. XP. It's everywhere, you know? You have to get in danger and fight the enemy and engage in combat to get XP. Not so in what do you call it? Stars Without Number, and many other games, actually. Many games recognize this as a problem. Yes, indeed, Echo. It's been quite cool. Right, now, so I was getting screenshots of this right before I got distracted. Let me get a nice little screenshot of this. Here we are. And I'm actually going to... Do I want to adjust... Hang on. I was wondering if I want to, like, clean up the segment, maybe. Yeah, maybe I just drop it to 2.4. Maybe I go 2. I've run one of these for more play-by-mail style. I can guarantee you haven't run this. What I'm running right now. Considering I just wrote the rules for it. But here we go. It is indeed a mega game style game. It's quite cool. I love these. I love this style of games. But it is a little unique in that capacity. It will be using RPG rules for, as you can actually just see right over there. The warfare rules for mass combat, the character intrigue and combat rules from Sword Chronicle, and then my own rules are for the map game part, for the actual main map rules. All right. Yeah, I think that's fine if I put that like so. Okay. So, Let's get a screenshot. Like so. It looks nice. Maybe going a bit like this. You know what? That entire right side isn't needed. Hold on. Here we go. Last one I was based on the Franco-Prussian War with players on both sides. Did you do Krieg? Oh, sorry, my face is frozen. I assume you did Kriegspiel then, because this is very much based on Kriegspiel, but is not itself Kriegspiel. Well, very similar in a lot of ways. For example, the delayed messages handled by a bot system rather than actually by GMs. Well, there is a GM, of course. Safety measure there. Wrote my rules that time too? Oh, interesting. Okay. What rule set did you base it off? I mean, to be fair, Kriegspiel is not heavy on the rules. Kriegspiel is an ancient game. It is crazy that Kriegspiel is like an uninterrupted game that you can still just get the rules for. So cool. I think like that might be nice. There we go. There is one problem. I don't really want to mark. I just thought about it. I don't really want to put a screenshot of the map into the rulebook if it doesn't have characters and flags on it. So I might actually... Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to hold off until I do the trial test so that we put like characters on and everything. Because that way it kind of makes sense in people's heads how the map is supposed to work. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Yes, the Foundry will be done at the end. So the Foundry, specifically, actually, you know, I can probably actually try and put... I haven't done a lot of Foundry kind of setup before, so this is all my first time kind of with Foundry, learning it all. But, let me see if I can't just open it real quick. And try and put the map in. The battle map, at least. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I need to... Hold on. Let me open up Wonderdraft again. Hello, Wonderdraft. Open recent. Detailed map trial 1. Oh, okay. So it was just fairly light then. Okay. What are silly map games? The ones that I'm designing. Like this one. So this is the detailed view. Good. Okay. Let's try and save this. Export this. Here we go. I assume I will want a... Ooh! Height map. Multiplane. What the fuck is height map gonna do for me? Hold on. Let me go... Wonderdraft. Let's see, I'm quickly check this video.
Not good.
Hello, man. How you doing? Ah, okay. This guy is basically asking to do a whole separate map. Ooh, hold on. Okay, this crazy guy says it's for Wonderdraft. I don't actually see. Oh, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Menu. Let's see. Import. Okay. Import height map. Oh, okay, never mind. Alright, that's not even going to give me... the height map is just for terrain and water. It's not going to give me mountains, unfortunately. Damn shame. Okay. Let's go back to doing the detail map then. So, export. 2x upscale. Fuck it, let's do a 2 times upscale. Let's do PNG. It's gonna be huge. But let's see. I'll call this the map. Saved maps. Okay. Detail map 1. Let's try this. Whoa! Hello! Haven't done this before. What a nice little zoom we've got of this. Okay, come on. So your unit was signed up for FNF under Foxtrot and Echo. I'll be there with Company 1 and 2. You gonna be there? No, I don't believe so. I think I am busy that day, unfortunately. I think actually, if I recall rightly, I think the day that's happening on, when was it? 14th of September, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, no, I have a recording that day. Unfortunately, I will not be there. My unit will be. Okay. So, has this exported? Oh god, it's still loading. I don't touch it yet in case it's gonna just hard crash if I touch it while it's exporting. Let me see. I'm wondering how big. Ooh, there we go. PNG's finished. I'm wondering. Oh no, it isn't. I mean, fair, it's a PNG, but it's 173 megabytes, which is fucking huge for an image. Then again, its dimensions are absurd. There we go. Foundry hates things above a certain scale from memory. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Recommend WebP. I don't. The only reason I'm not using WebP right now is I have no idea if Foundry likes WebP or not. That's something I'd have to look into. But regardless, I would do a. Thing. My unit was afraid we were going to do something stupid if you're recording it. That's alright. I don't think I ever made a video out of Friday Night Fights. Anyway, here we go. Let's show this on screen. Here we go. Wonder Draft. Display capture. Okay. Look at this. Holy. That is a detail. This is a 15,000 pixel map, by the way. God damn. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do these in either WebP or JPEG, and probably not 2 times them. I don't know, but it's very fucking high resolution. Jesus Christ, that's where the pixels are. This is huge. Hexes seem a little faint. Yep, I know. They're not meant to be super visible. The hexes aren't relevant. They're just there to help you visually guess, like, oh, that's like 5, 10, 15 kilometers, you know? They're just there to kind of help you know, look and see. Actually, also, I don't want to continue in the ocean. I might not continue in the ocean. We'll see. Anyway, let's try and put this into Foundry real quick and see if it fucking explodes. Okay. Close that out. Definitely hide that. Close that. All right, let's boot Foundry. Foundry's okay with WebP. Use it for my D&D as well. Yeah, I'll probably end up using WebP then. Yeah. Cheers for the advice. GPU Crafter. Thank you very much for the 11 months, mate. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do I miss anyone else? I think we're good. Okay, sweet. Okay. How silly is the design? The silliest. Let me, I can actually show the Foundry stuff now as well. I'm hiding the Foundry while I log in. But I think once I'm in, I'm good. Okay. Let me just use game capture. Will this work? Boop. Hello? Foundry? Are you game capturing? No. Okay. Hold on. Duplicate Foundry. Go. Hey, there we are. Okay, so we're gonna call you Foundry. Okay. Yeah, it's a shame I'm gonna window cap it. All right. So this is Foundry. I am going to extend it the full thing, but there's nothing in the bottom right apart from, oh, it's just the text box and stuff. I can hide that later. This is Foundry. This is where the main map in the game is actually going to be like kind of handled. Even though the game is mostly going to be obviously role-playing in Discord, this is where roles will be handled. This will be the map itself. And now, I mean, I think if I recall rightly, again, I haven't done this fucking ages. Can I just drag in the map? Or do I have to actually like... Fucking... Oh, I think I have to go about it a different way, don't I? How do I do a... Oh, God, I actually genuinely haven't done this in ages. How do I do a fucking background? I'll create a scene. Is that not... I thought I was in one. Oh, but the image is the background. Ooh, that's how. Okay, give me a sec. Well, hello. As you can see, I've been testing my my macros. Okay, scenes. Right, create a scene. We're gonna call this detail map. I type 2. 1. Okay, show navigation GM only. Where are we? Grid. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Hex, and then... I'm gonna have to change... I'm wondering... Use the grid configuration tool to... Okay, adjust this. I'm hoping I can set the distance to what I want. I recall being able to do that with Foundry, so... Like customize the distance in reality kind of thing. Alright, let's do the primary map. Ooh. I don't like that just shows my data in the thing. Anyway, let's just turn that off. There we go. Are we allowed to help out Remy? I guess not. I mean, what do you mean by help out? What, are you gonna fucking draw the map for me, mate? Right, let's see. No. Oh, right, I've got to put it in the assets folder first. Right, hold on, let me do that. Where did I put this shit? Foundry games, Foundry data, there we go. Okay, so now... Okay, reel that again. Okay. So the actual scene name, that's fine. Initial view position, whatever. Although I guess I won't need the grids, will I? Yeah. Okay. I do really wish I can get the correct... Yeah, that's fine. The correct sizing on it, though. What was the thing? Turn off margins. Aye. Where the fuck? Foreground? Nope. Where is, where are the margins? Is it going to be under... Oh. Is this gone? Padding. Oh, hold on. Where are we? Ah, padding percentage. Here we go, okay. Which provides additional use. Okay, yeah, so bring that to 0. Okay, cool. Oh, God. Right. Yes, here we go. This is exactly what I wanted. All right. Units and distance. Good. Okay. You'll play D&D. I'm making an online D&D type game powered by AI. Some map we generated in the game master is AI. I need some help with coming up with new features because I don't really play D&D. Not to be brutally honest, mate, but maybe you shouldn't be making a D&D game then? I'm gonna be so for real. Like, I do think, honestly, if you want to talk about, like, a unique example of AI, even though like I don't think it's particularly good at all. It won't produce a great game. It'll produce, honestly, a very repetitive, boring as fuck game. But like, AI Dungeon Master, sure, fine. Like, that's something that some people are going to want. I know there are some groups out there that just don't have a Dungeon Master because they're cringe and no one wants to Dungeon Master for them. And so they'll have AI. Do you have gameplay working on here? I mean, yeah, but it's not what you think. It's a whole different game. This is a mega game. This is fucking at scale. Anyway, modules exist. Yeah, but you still need a DM to run modules, Otter. Anyway, with that said, I don't think you can produce a good D&D game, especially not one with an AI Dungeon Master, without at least having D&D experience. Sorry, I just think you're gonna stumble and blunder into problem after problem after problem that any you know, experienced D&D player can be like, well, that would be horrible, or that would be bad, or that's boring, or fix that, or whatever. Yeah, that I don't know what more to say about that, really. Anyway. Alright, let's get back to work on this, shall we? Go meters. Right, we wanted about, was about 50 meters per, yeah, let's start with 5 and we can adjust from there. So actually, oh yeah, because I can just adjust to match this. Here we go, alright. Okay, detail map 1. Wait, no. There we go. Detail map 1. Good. Woo! Okay. I mean, that is just fucking perfect. That's just worked without even a fucking hiccup. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Okay. All right, let's see if we can get the measuring distance down. Measurement controls, cone, template thing. Okay, here we go. So like, okay, so that's 10 meters, obviously not what we want. So instead, ooh, let's, can I, the rectangle's probably easiest, right, for measurement of distances. I'm trying to remember, because we always used to find, what's the fucking, yeah, I'm trying to remember, like a proper ruler, isn't there? Oh, it's the top button? Oh, here it is. Right, I was gonna say, I always remember there's an actual ruler here, but, okay, so that's, you know what, actually, no, I am gonna use these little fucking things, because, here, let me just ditch all of them first, because then I can leave it at a set measurement. So, what the fuck? Oh, because it times by 0. My bad. Hold on. Let's do it like that. Okay. So what we have to do is we're going to take this from 8.6 meters to 50 meters. So now we want to go configure. I think D&D. A game that takes 1 to 2 sessions to set up your characters and the setting and setting in just to roll nat 1s and 5 straight rolls. Boston, buddy, I hate to break it to you. Thank you for the 10 months. If you take more than a session to make a character, something is severely wrong with you. That does not take that long to make a D&D character. D&D characters especially take like 5 minutes to make. The fucking 5th edition characters, you can make them in no time. Oh my god. Because it's all just, you don't even get half your shit until level 3. Even if you do start at level 3, you just 2 level ups as well. Oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry, Rumi messaging me. Alright. Okay. Alright. So. Grid scale 5. It's okay. We want to go maybe 45. I mean, it is 4.8? I think it was, maybe. So if I put 4.8, is that going to end up with 50? Well, this is incorrect now, I would assume. Ah, no, that's still incorrect. What the fuck? Does that not... Okay, again, I don't have enough experience with Foundry for this. This is why I, again, Foundry is the part I've touched the least. Actually, I can show that we have a couple macros cooking over here. These ones specifically set up, I think, is this the one? No. Is the test macro one? I think this, yeah. Execute. Oh no, sorry, the test macro, is it the victim one? Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I've already got the macros up to the point of, you know, I've got shit working, and I can talk more about that in a second, but I don't have enough normal experience with Foundry because this is my first time actually using it to run a, to not like play in, but to run an event, and not a D&D one. So, does anyone know how the fuck I set my distances? Because that is my issue right now. Foundry set distances. What is the... Oh, hold on. No. Okay. Try more extreme distance and see first? Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let's maybe go... Okay, yeah. Well, configure. Let's just try, yeah, 50. Okay, save. Oh, that looks like it might have worked. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Now it's 80. Fuck. Okay, this is going to be really annoying. Yeah, it's under here. Yeah. We found it. We now just... It's going to be like... Yeah, 30... Ooh, not 34. 35. Okay, try that. Oh, okay. 59. So we need to make it even smaller. Let's try just 30. So then we go... I'll just try with this end one here. Oh, that's nearly dead on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. How do I zoom in again? Oh, just scroll. I was trying to find a button. Okay, good. Okay, so from here. Ooh. Ooh, it's a little much. Hold on. Yeah, I think we can fine-tune this. So, 2.9. Save. Makes 495. Hold on, if I close this out. I think that's 50. Like, as close as I'm going to reasonably get it to 50. That's pretty much, that's basically spot on, right? Like, that is as close as I'm humanly going to get without pixel perfecting it. It's really not that big of a deal. So, ultimately, now what we can do is if we measure the distances... And remember, this isn't the map distances. This is... So this is 1,000 meters here. So see, in the actual map, this would be way further, but this is the battle map. So the distances here are considered shorter because it's for playing with the actual battle map. So we can say, like, that's the full move of one unit of infantry sprinting. I think, like, horses is like that or that with one sprint. Like, the entire turn is just spent sprinting, and it's in one direction. A normal move, which includes turning and such, is only 40. So, 160, 40. There you go. So I think the scale is pretty fucking perfect. We can have some decent fights like this. Gonna be stupid grand scale then? Well, no, this is the detailed map. So, Echo, this is the zoomed in map. let me try the other map. I'm gonna have to export it as well. 1 second. Back over to Wonder Draft. Let's go scale map 3. And just for the hell of it, I'm gonna export this as a WebP. Just to see how this one does. I'm not gonna upscale it as well. Okay, go. Alright, scale map 1. Go. Wow, that was fast! Holy shit, okay. Let's see. Let me... Images, no, maps. Here we go. Okay, so this one is only 3,800 by 2,160. And I'll be honest, yeesh. Yeesh, this isn't good. This is not good at all. Yeesh. This is fucking ugly. I'm definitely not doing this. I'm definitely at minimum. Like, there's a lot of blur here. At minimum, I'm gonna do a... What do you call it? 2 times scale. So let's do that. Export. I'll try a WebP with 2 times scale. Scale map 2. Okay. Come on. Okay, and then I'm going to try a JPEG, both normal and 2 times. Test 1. Wow, the JPEG was quick both times. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, sweet. So, this is the first one. Beautiful. This is the scale map WebP not 2x'd. Ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. This is the scale map 2x'd. Actually, honestly, can we just... Oh, that's so much... So much nice. Ooh. Wait, no. No. Come on, fucking adjust. There we go. It was just... There we go. See, that's what it looks like normally. If I can. And then we go 2 times. Here we go. It looks a lot nicer. It's not perfect, though. Let me see. How does the JPEG compare? No, that's adjusting. Come on. I have to zoom out each time. Ooh. I might... Hold on. Let me, Here. Song of Jiren Facto? Yeah. Let's get, say, scale map 2 with test 2. I want to zoom in, like, alongside both of them and see if either of them look nicer. That... Honestly, I think they're pretty indistinguishable. I don't... Maybe I have a... I think I have a slight preference for the JPEG, because I think the JPEG does the colors better, but it is literally... I don't know if that's my brain fucking with me, you know? Hold on, I want to get these a little close. I'm looking at, like, the coastlines. I think if you look at the coastline coloring, I think the JPEG is slightly nicer. You can more clearly, see the defined images. Defined colors, rather. Rather than the WebP, which looks like it's kind of blurring. I'm carrying the red roof? Yeah, let's have a look at the red roof. Yeah, I definitely think the main difference between these two, and it's a very slight one, is just a bit of color kind of thing. Is the coloration of it. So I think I will stay with JPEGs for this. Anyway, let's hide this away and get this back up. Hello, Kankry, how you doing? Welcome in. This is my silly map game boy stream. We are doing some map design today. We did some little bit of rulebook design, not much. But we are now testing Foundry, which is the online D&D player. Let me put Foundry back up. There we go. Alright. Create scene. Let's go scale map 1. Oh, right. I need to put this into my thing real quick. Hold on. So we'll take test 2 as the one we're using. Put that in here. Look at this. Test 2. Good. Take out the padding. Excellent. Now it was 29. Oh, no, wait, irrelevant, actually. KM, even. We know that's wrong. I'll leave it at 5 KM for now. Alright. Gridless. Okay. Journal. This. Okay, now. Alright, save changes. There we are. Let's pop over to the scale map real quick. Here we go. Alright. So if I measure this distance, oof, that is 8.7 kilometers already. Okay, so that's incorrect. So we need to massively turn down the amount of kilometers per tick. Hold on. Let's do... Start with just 1, I guess. Here we go. Let's fix the scale first. Very first thing we do. Okay, 1.75. So we need to increase. 2.4, perhaps? Is this going to end up being... Ooh, 4.2. Hold on. So, I wish we could just half it, but that's not going to work. A little less than half? Or more than half? Oh, fuck me. Okay, let's just try like 1.5. Give me some more info. How close am I? Ooh, that's fucking close. Okay, alright. So, a little more. 1.35. Ooh. A little more. 1.38. There we go. 2.41. 1.38. There we go. Holy. Oh my god. Alright, cool. That works now. So we now have the Foundry set up at least. I'm glad the scaling has been done. So now, if we check this out, this should correctly show... Is there a way to actually pin these, I wonder? To make... Can I control... Oh, control. Here we go. Ooh. Ooh, I can't scroll around. Hold on, let me just do it like this. Here we go. So if I go like... Boop. 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 Hey! That's perfect! That is exactly what I want for the players. Holy shit. So players should be able to basically at any time measure this kind of stuff out. They will have a 5-kilometer view distance, so they'll only be able to see out to here, kind of thing, in this little circle around them. But otherwise, that's fucking perfect, honestly. And honestly, the JPEG looks fucking good. Like, we gotta get in close before it starts looking a bit crappy. About here, this looks pretty. It's not perfect or anything, but it looks nice. And that's zoomed in pretty far. So again, we will have, like, I expect, like, this to be the level that players are kind of playing at. So they can get their flags, look around. Corner to corner, how big is the playable world area? Right now, it is... And again, this is... Oh, fuck me, I can't actually zoom far enough. Okay. I actually can't zoom far enough out. Hold on, can I maybe, like... Can I do a relay? Hold on. Oh, here we go. 121 kilometers. There you go. But the way I'm going to design the world will intentionally funnel you. So I don't think that, you know, this landmass, by the way, for now, that is remaining, is not necessarily going to remain forever. Especially this one on the far side definitely won't. But the way that it's going to work is, once I'm designing the whole map, the area that we're in will never be so absurdly big that you're not able to reach your objective in at least a few moves. So at least for the characters moving between towns to roleplay, because again, you roleplay in person in this, you have to physically be at the town to talk to other players. So, if I, alright, it's a control I gotta hold, sorry. There we go, control. So if I go like, up to here, so 25 is about how far a character moving on road can move each turn. So if I was in Farmtown, I could reach Forest Town or Elgie. If I was in Elgie, I could reach Millerstown, Farmtown, or Forest Town. If I was in fucking Forest Town, I can reach Millerstown or Farmtown, just not Elgie. In one move, that is. I could still move cross-country or whatever, or, you know, try and rush straight to Elgie if I wanted. But at least someone will always be... Actually, wait, can they reach Elgie? Hold on, they actually might be able to reach Elgie. Hold on. So they can. They actually can reach Elgie from Forest Town. There you go. But yeah, like... The way that this works is that players should always be able to get from at least one location to the next location each turn. Their armies might not make it, but at least they will to roleplay. And, yeah, I think this is pretty much fucking spot on. So the whole idea is that we have, you know, something like this, and then, you know, a battle takes place. We swap over to the battle map. I load the players into this one that need to be here. We fight the battle out because it's taking place over here. We go back to the scale map, add the results, carry on. I am pretty bloody happy with everything that's here so far. Well, let's check if I've got any more notes for Foundry. Add pictures of the rulebook. No, done. House gen. Okay, we're good. Foundry macros. Oh yeah, we'll show off the Foundry macros next. Which are not finished, mind you, but I got, well, McBeagle got them working. And then I kept fucking with them past that. Okay, make army tokens, test battle on Foundry, yep. Okay, I've covered most of the minor stuff I want to do today, but let's show off the macros before I wrap up, because I do need to go get some lunch, and then I've got a dinner tonight, as I haven't really eaten today. But I do want to do more of this. I'll probably stream this again at some point. I just figured I'd want to stream it at some point and finally reveal it. I've been trying to wake up early, but every morning I sleep in, and I'll be so for real. I was going to start stream at 9 o'clock, and then I saw the news, and I don't know, I had to keep reading Twitter for a bit. It was so busy. And then I started streaming at like 10, so I lost an hour there anyway. But let's do the Foundry macros. So the ones I've got right now are Victim, Test, and Test Macro 1. Now the Victim one, this is just a generic one. This is not mine. This is just one I took that I was just testing so I can learn from. And this is obviously just this is a chat macro. So there's two different types. If I hide my face right now, you can see this is a chat macro. And so it just types something in chat. But then this is a script macro on the left. So down here, we have got several logs and fields and such here, right? This is all very nice. You might be wondering, what's all this about? Well, you see, if we go to the character sheets, no. If we go to the journal entries, because that's actually where the character sheets are, you can see here, we have these fillable character sheets. And what I can actually do here is with this code, we can randomly, like we can auto-generate an entire house. Like, we just generate the house, generate the character, generate whatever. Like, it can all be made, as you can see here, because, obviously, this isn't finished. But as you can see here, because this has all been marked out, right, like that, if let's adjust this 75 here. This is the one controlling text 9. So if I adjust that to, say, a 20, and then... the rest of this is just extra code I've been practicing with. This was me practicing the 1d6 keep 5 kind of shit, like... which I know is a dumb command, but I was just testing that stuff. If we look at this, oh yeah, I need to select a token before doing that. But there you go. You can see this rolls that out. And also, you can see it's put the lands to 20. So if I do this again, let's do this as fucking 320. Execute macro. There you go. So using macros, we can automate the creation of characters, of houses, of NPCs, everything. It will all be automated. Again, it's going to take me some time. That's not necessarily sure that's something I'll stream. I'll see. It's probably not hyper interesting, I'll be honest. But this is, you know, more effort that I'm putting into the automation of the game, because... Also, I wonder if there's a way to replace this thing with a picture up here. There should be. Maybe I have to go turn on the other thing that... There's like a... How is a module over here? Settings. PDF pager. Was it this? Edit field mapping. Yeah, here we go. Let me see if I can change this to like a picture one. If I go journal entry, can I turn this into a picture? Does not seem to be, unfortunately. No. I'm sure there's like some option. Maybe pinch at the bottom. Is that? Oh, I don't think I can do that. PDF. No. Here. No. I'm sure there's some way to do this. I'll figure it out at some point. But I would like to be able to put people's house sigils in there, of course, as well, and have that on the map, and have that on their connections and everything. Ah, well, this is what I'm saying. I will figure that out another time, because I don't know enough about Foundry to make this entertaining to watch. There we go. But that is the pillars of this entire game, basically. Let's wrap it up, shall we? And Jesus Christ, what is this fucking music, man? It's called Dragon Call. Yeah, you know what? Sure, this works. Alright. Close this out. Good. Alright, and for those who are just arriving or weren't here for the whole thing, I will do one last run-through of the rules, and then I'm going to wrap it on up. Here we go. So this is the Chrome capture. So, this is a Fog of War and Intrigue. This is the book, as you can see here. This is like my descriptor for what the game is going to be is a roleplay version of BazBattles, is my best way to describe it. I think it's the most appropriate. Down here, we have the breakdown of the turns. Oh, just realized that needs to get rid of. There we go. Good. Okay. So the turns are 40 minutes long. Most of it is role-playing, just with other people at your current location. You then submit your orders, and then the turn carries on. If you do end up in a fight, of course, we use the Sword Chronicle rules to resolve it. If you end up in a battle with your armies, we have the warfare rules. But otherwise, we have the main map rules. This is just standard how the game works with rolling, how the degrees of success system works. This is how the roll system works. If we scroll down, this is the main map rules. So this is all the rules that they'll be giving to move around this big map. If we pull back up Foundry, this big map here. So, for example, this is character travel right here. This is how they travel around. And then down here, we have March. Here you go for marching these guys. Again, these guys are not actually... this order, rather, is not done writing. As you can see, I only got up to this bit when it came to the orders. I did finish the character orders, however. Anyway, that is all for another time. I am quite hungry. That did not feel like a 5-hour stream. That stream tore by. That barely felt like that. To be fair, I was mostly just yapping for a lot of it. But I like yapping about this. And, hey. Oh, what a good song to end it on. Soon enough, this will be improved. It will no longer be so under construction. It'll look a lot more pretty and a lot more finished. Anyway, let's wrap things up. I'll close out Foundry. Good. Close this out. Who are we going to go raid? Is Sam still live? I sure hope so. Let me try. Yes, he's still live. All right, cool. We're gonna go raid Sammy Boy. Thank you all for watching, everyone. I will probably do more streams of developing this. I just don't... I will probably pick streams that are interesting. So visual stuff, like maps.
Where it might be.
Sammy, quiet. Anyway, I'll just start the raid. It'll probably be like map design mostly, because that's far more interesting for a viewer to watch than me fucking struggling with Foundry. I would show you my Discord bot, which I was not struggling as much with, but again, like I just said, annoyingly, Discord bot code contains like strings of characters that you are not allowed to show people. It's your API, like, control your bot. So it's frustrating. Anyway, I would happily accept it, Echo. Yeah, I don't GM on Foundry. I've only ever played it. This is my first time GMing with it, and I'm pretty happy so far. If anything, there's actually one thing I do want to find out, which is, can I split players Foundry? Let's see. Oh, yes you can. Yes you can. Love it. Beautiful. Thank God I checked that now. Fucking weeks into fucking preparing this game. Anyway. Alright, thank you for watching, everybody. Have a lovely time. I will hopefully be back to just more normal streams soon. We have, I think Armor sometime soon or something? I don't know if you got soon. No, we have Dale and Dawson soon. Dale and Dawson soon. That's next week. And otherwise, we've got some more streams coming up. So, I will see you guys another time. Goodbye, everybody. Have a beautiful time. Enjoy Sam. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.